Javier ya está en contacto con ella, veo.
Sí, ahí está. Él ya está puesto como intérprete. Yo creo que ahora lo van a dejar ahí como intérprete usted también.
Muy bien, yo ya entré ya, estoy aquí estoy listo ya.
Sí,
no sé
sí.
si me ves.
Sí, lo veo súper bien.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
Gracias a usted, pues.
Gracias.
Gracias, Rafael.
The Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean is the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The conference, which was established in 1977 as a subsidiary body of ECLAC, is convened on a regular basis to identify the situation of women's autonomy and rights at the regional and sub-regional levels, present public policy recommendations for gender equality, and undertake periodic assessments of the activities carried out in fulfillment of regional and international plans and agreements on the subject.
The Observatory of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of ECLAC's regional knowledge tools. Its creation responds to a mandate of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, when the member states requested that ECLAC establish an Observatory of Social Development to support the design and implementation of public policies and allow the monitoring of the trends. This way, the Observatory promotes the integral development of Latin America and the Caribbean with a focus on rights and equality through the analysis of the social situation of the region, public policies and technical assistance to the countries that request it.
Perfecto.
The Observatory also integrates a set of digital platforms. The databases are social investment, non-contributory social protection programs,
Una cosita, chicas,
institutional
entre
frameworks
Claudia y
for
Karen,
social policy,
cuando vayan a pasar a alguien al
youth and
panel,
social inclusion,
hay
and
unas personas
regional
que
and
están dejando los
sub-regional
permisos
commitments
de
in social
speaker
development.
en
Through
asistentes.
its social development
Así
division,
que no
ECLAC
hagan eso para
publishes,
que
updates and
evitemos
expands
micrófonos
these
y
bases,
ruidos
which are available to
molestosos, por favor.
governments and the general
Por supuesto.
public.
Gracias.
Buenos días, señora Gabriela Varas. ¿Cómo se
The
encuentra?
Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC
Hola,
is
buen
a
día.
subsidiary body of the Commission,
Perfecto, se
whose
ve
mandates
estupendamente. ¿Me escucha
include
bien?
promoting the development and
Sí, todo
improvement
bien.
of national
Todo bien.
statistics
Excelente.
and their
Bueno, que
international
tengan buen día.
comparability.
Muchísimas
Bearing
gracias
in
por
mind
todo.
the recommendations of the
Listo,
United
Rafael,
Nations
estaríamos listos para
Statistical
el control
Commission,
intérprete.
the
Súper,
specialized
excelente.
agencies,
Yo también
and
los
other
tengo listos por acá
organizations.
para colocarlos en el
The
stream.
mandates of the
Gracias a los
conference
tres.
also include the
Y a ti también,
promotion of
Marcos.
international,
Muchas gracias.
regional, and
Buen día para
bilateral
todos.
cooperation between national offices
Igualmente.
and international and regional organizations, as well as the preparation of a biannual program of regional and international cooperation activities that, subject to the availability of resources, responds to the demands of the countries of the region. The Strategic Plan 2015-2025 of the conference establishes as main lines of action the institutional strengthening and leadership role of national statistical offices, the development of human resources and statistical production to ensure their quality, and regional and international coordination and cooperation for the development of official statistics in the region. The 10th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to be held from the 19th to the 21st November 2019, will bring together authorities and representatives of the national statistical offices and national statistical systems of ECLAC member countries to discuss the future of economic statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean, among other topics.
At present, Latin America is home to 826 indigenous peoples, which, by the year 2010, included nearly 45 million people, accounting for 8% of the region's population. The countries with the greatest proportion of indigenous peoples are Bolivia, Guatemala, Peru, and Mexico. There is huge diversity among indigenous peoples, with some remaining in voluntary isolation and others coexisting in big cities. Brazil has the greatest amount of indigenous peoples, followed by Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. Indigenous peoples represent one of the most disadvantaged groups in the region and have suffered the systematic loss of their lands, with severe consequences to their well-being. Nevertheless, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has found some progress in recent years related to the recognition of their territorial rights and political participation. There have also been improvements in their living conditions, with greater access to healthcare and education. The United Nations has championed the promotion of indigenous peoples' rights and relies on 3 special resources for this purpose: a permanent forum, experts, a special rapporteur. At a regulatory level, indigenous peoples are protected by Convention number 169 of the International Labor Organization of 1989, which recognized their rights as peoples for the first time, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples of 2007, which considers these peoples' rights to self-determination. In the context of these efforts, ECLAC calls for the region's countries to put policies in practice to end inequality suffered by indigenous peoples. Policies based on human rights standards and the perspectives and contributions of these peoples. This is crucial for the construction of a new development agenda beyond 2015, with equality at its heart.
The SDG Gateway is a web platform aiming to become a key factor for coordination and availability of the regional assets of the United Nations system in Latin America and the Caribbean. The main goal of this online knowledge management center is to serve as a meeting point and reference to all the information related to the Sustainable Development Goals, including activities, informational resources, statistics, regional data, specific analytic tools, and knowledge products developed and provided by the United Nations Development System in the region in response to its member countries. Visit this important multi-stakeholder platform and get to know more about this online regional knowledge management center. The COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean is a platform promoted by ECLAC at the request of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. The observatory tracks the public policies that Latin American and Caribbean countries are implementing to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Through reports and documents, it offers analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels, in addition to supporting the review and monitoring in the medium and long term. In an interactive map, those interested can clearly visualize the actions taken by each country in the areas of movements, health, economy, labor, social protection, education, and gender. Visit ECLAC's COVID-19 Observatory and access updated information on policy measures to address the crisis in the region.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief.
Buenos días.
Recording in progress.
Bienvenidos a todos a esta.
Good morning and welcome everyone to this third meeting of the Conference on Science, Innovation and Information and Communication Technologies of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. We will begin the opening ceremony greeting those who are with me in the panel, the Minister of Science, Innovation, Technology, and Telecommunications of Costa Rica, and President of the Executive Committee of the Conference, Paula Vera, and Lisa Bárcena, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, and also from Argentina, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship. And so I'm first of all pleased to recognize Mrs. Alisa Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Good morning, and everyone. It is such a joy to be here in Buenos Aires with the very warm welcome given to us by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship. Thank you very much, Minister and the Secretary. And I would like to, of course, greet Daniel Filmus, Minister of Science and Technology, man whom I said just a moment ago to us very relevant in the region, because as you know, Daniel Filmus had a great, very outstanding career, not only as the Minister of Education, but also has made very relevant done very well things, the thinkers of Latin America, which is, I would say, one of your great works, Minister, one of the most relevant that you have possibly left us with. What the great leaders of Latin America think. If you've not read it, please do so. The great thinkers of Latin America. So thank you very much, Minister, for welcoming us here. I would like to greet Paola Venega, Minister of Science, Innovation, Technology, and Telecommunications of Costa Rica. My dear Minister, it is a pleasure to greet you, and also you are our current president of the conference of science and technology, and also Costa Rica is chairing ECLAC period of sessions. And of course, Rosana Suvalle, and thank you very much, the secretary, and send you a warm welcome to Minister Santiago Cafiero. And so welcome to this first edition of the Ministerial Conference on Science, Innovation, and Information and Communication Technologies. I would like to thank Mario Cimoli and the entire team at ECLAC, Maria Velas, our director in Argentina, and the entire team who's with us, because this has been a collective work. We are the spokesman of the work of many people. And so I would like to thank, first of all, Costa Rica and Paula Vera for the great work done as the chair of the conference and their dedication to continue to position this topic of science and innovation at the center of discussions in the region. And Argentina, the minister, for welcoming us here, and especially because on this occasion, Argentina is renewing its commitment to take on the chair of the Conference of Science and Technology and talk for a few minutes regarding the relevance of achieving a regional strategy for science and technology, because it is the only way that we will be able to move ahead in the region. You can count on ECLAC for this minister, because at 2 years of the COVID-19 pandemic, the centrality of science, innovation, and technology for the development has been more evident than ever, but it also evident is how we've lagged behind. And that is the thing. It has been essential for the management of the crisis, and in a very short time, vaccines, in record time, in fact, vaccines were developed with public funds. Yes, of course, they are sold on the private market, yes, but the truth is that the major investment of these major vaccine manufacturers did so with public funds. We should not forget that. And of course, these vaccines are changing the dynamics of the pandemic. There is no doubt. That is why we are here today. But also, science and technology will be very relevant for a transformative recovery with at the heart inequality and environmental sustainability, because the pandemic has shown major asymmetries between the developed and developing world. And this is clear in access to vaccines, but also the concentration of wealth, of income, and the digital economy, and the climate responsibilities, because our region issues 8.3% of global emissions, but were mostly very affected by the climate crisis. And there is no doubt there Costa Rica has played a very important role, Argentina as well. And let's be open. The international community and the multilateral system has not been at the height of a collective response. Each country had to respond individually, and truly we have faced, at least in the last 2 years, a major deficit in terms of international solidarity. And so the risk undoubtedly is that these global asymmetries may sharpen even further, and as we will see in this conference that I hope will turn out to be relevant to all, we're going to see the role of science, innovation, and technology in matters as relevant as health, self-sufficiency, health. That is a major theme that was unanimously approved by CELAC, which opens up a window of opportunity to move ahead in the health industry. And of course, with regards to the digital aspects, this is another issue in the region where we must make headway. Yes or yes, but we cannot continue to have 42 million homes without an appropriate internet connection. That cannot be, because I believe that there we do have infrastructure challenges. We have challenges in terms of how to close the household gap for broadband to really be of public access. And I think that Argentina has made very important progress that are little known, yes, outside the region, and so that must be known.
And of course, the progress of green and blue investments, because this is the case of the pandemic, no one can save themselves alone. Same thing will happen with the climate crisis. And so we know that our region was the most badly hit, because with only 8.4% of the population, we have the highest percentage of deaths in the developing world. 30% of the world as a whole, really, 31% of the deaths. And why did that happen to us? Partly by the great crowding of the cities, the lack of public assets, the fragmentation of the healthcare systems, and of course, this has also translated to the worst drop in GDP, 6.8% 2020, which has led us to great informality, more poverty, and the closing of millions of companies. And I believe that's the worrisome part. So this has exacerbated the structural problems of low productivity, high inequality, informality, as I said, on healthcare systems that are very fragmented. The systems with primary healthcare that are advanced, as is the case of Argentina and Costa Rica, once they obtained the vaccines, they obtained a very rapid progress to vaccinate the population. And this is key. That is one of the issues that needs recognition. And where are we today? We are at a level of greater debt, paying more interest, with the challenge of the Damocles sword of inflation upon our heads, and particularly with reduced fiscal space. And you know what worries us in ECLAC? The feeling of being triumphant of 2021. Countries say we're going to grow as never before, and as an average, yes, the region will grow around 6%. But the next year, there will be a tremendous slowdown that will lead us back to 2%. Because the paradox that we're living today is that this growth is due basically to the contributions made by the government, strengthening the aggregate demand, which is very good because of the vulnerable homes and private consumption, to exports, thanks to China, because it continues to be a driving force in purchasing. But the great paradox is that it is not genuine growth, not based on science, technology, and greater productivity. And that's where we need to change this model, this paradigm of development, to go from this extractivist model to one of sustainable production, of a culture of privilege to go to a culture of equality, of concentration of revenue and wealth, towards a culture where the redistribution be approached, particularly redistribution of knowledge, which is the reason why we're here today, that the concentration of technology and knowledge today is in the hands of very few companies, just as everything else. But in this case, it is regrettable. So I believe, dear Minister, we're facing a tremendous opportunity because this region has capacity. We've made stock taking of the capacities of the region to produce vaccines. And it is amazing what we have found. That's why in this plan of sanitary self-sufficiency from CELAC, we can prove and say without fear of being wrong that the truth is we do have knowledge and we have capacities. Actually, clinical trials have been made in our region of very high level. So we are ready to create a platform of clinical trials within the region, to create a platform of regulators of the vaccines in the region. There are 6 regulatory agencies at level 4, that is with sufficient scientific sophistication. So it isn't that every country has a regulatory agency of level 4, but we can collaborate regionally. And that's where I believe lies the solution, because in digital issues, in robotics, in terms of new technologies for the decarbonization of the economy, to reduce the energy intensity, to find solutions based on nature's circular economy, all this will undoubtedly need science and technology, which will not be developed country by country because it's not possible. The region does not have sufficient capacity to do so. But we must develop a regional strategy that will allow us to truly share patents. Well, first of all, request Europe for the patents, because if they want us to have a more sustainable world, they have to free the patents, which are precisely in Europe, at least the environmental patents. So let's start there, because we cannot do it without that. So I believe that the fundamental blocks of the network of science, innovation, and technology the company must appropriate them as well, because so far science and technology have been in the hands of the public sector, which is the one that invests the most, or doesn't really. Our region does not invest much. The average is 0.6% of GDP. And that's thanks to Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico that don't make it to 1% yet, but that's their expectation. And of course, if we cannot do that, we will not be able to provide value added. In the developed countries, for example, the industries of high and medium technology account for 50% of the total of value added. In the developing countries, it's 40%, and the less developed, 9%. So we are lagging way behind, because I believe that the dependency of our region was very clear in this issue of the vaccines and the equipment. We really practically had to import everything. Same thing happens with the digital companies. I believe that there is a tremendous opportunity to create regional digital markets, open up this space, and maybe sub-regional, because it might be difficult to have a digital market with the 33 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, but we can have a digital market at a South American, Central American level, etc. And well, what's preventing us to do that? It's not necessarily infrastructure. I believe it's regulation. It is how we tweak, how we fine tune, how do we find a way to align our regulatory systems, and I believe it is possible and we must do it. Of course, capacities are not generated on their own. There are long-standing processes that need investment, that need complex productive structures, because our productive structure does not require science and technology, does not demand it. We need to create that virtuous circle between productivity, between the companies and science and technology. And also because the higher the productivity, the more science and technology skills to the persons and higher salaries, and allows us to generate new knowledge. So that, my dear ministers and guests to this conference, we believe that our region is facing a tremendous opportunity. Pandemic can be seen as a disaster or a major opportunity. We believe it's a major opportunity. And why? Because we have CELAC, we have Mercosur with all its issues, of course, but there are some topics where the countries do want to act together, they do want to operate together, and I believe that science, technology, and innovation is one of them, or must be one of them, and we have to prove that it is a great opportunity to operate this structural change that has been so elusive in our region and that we need to move towards it. So I believe that stimulating the debate today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we will be listening to very important presentations. So I would like to thank you all for the fact that we are here so that together we can analyze the problems to build our strategy to complement our capacities within the region, and no doubt to comply with the 2030 agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. I wanted to end my works with the news that we received this morning that saddened us very much. One of our colleagues, Alvaro Diaz, a very outstanding Chilean in terms of science and technology, passed away. So I would like to pay a heartfelt tribute on this occasion, because his spirit is with us on this opportunity that we're inaugurating this conference on science and technology. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. With the words, the Minister of Science, Technology, and Innovation of Argentina, Daniel Filmus. Good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be able to share this podium with Alicia and the Minister of Science and Technology from Costa Rica, from a sister nation of Costa Rica, Rosana, with whom we have worked so much these years in the Foreign Ministry. A tremendous joy, and also very pleased to count with the presence of ambassadors from the region of Iberoamerica and other countries, which is a sign of the importance assigned to this topic. Very pleased to have here several persons who direct the main science agencies of Argentina. We have the president of CONACET, the National Commission of Atomic Energy. We're very proud to have them here. We have more than a friend, Roberto Salvarez, president of ITEC, and until recently, minister in that area. Thank you so much, Roberto, for being here. And very well, we cannot mention each one of you, but we're so happy to have your presence today. Some time ago, a long time ago, really, I heard a poet from Nicaragua, Tomás Borges, say that a when the person looks at someone, has the right and the duty to make it public only once in life. And if you do it more, it's exaggeration. If you don't do it, it's injustice. So I would like to do it about Alicia. If I have to do it again, at least I will not quote this poet. But I'd like to do this because Alicia, not only we see her, but we read her. It is indispensable to read her. We're always waiting for documents or books or texts written by Alicia because her special characteristic is that she goes straight to the point about expressing and writing what she's thinking. And in Latin America, we value that, Alicia, enormously, because you have to say truths as they are, and you just described the situation, the pain that our countries suffered throughout the pandemic in a very crude way, and the challenges that we have, because a characteristic of Alicia is that it isn't just diagnosis and we are self-flagellating with the diagnosis, but to each description of a problem and the reality, Alicia and ECLAC throughout the years have presented alternatives that unfortunately we haven't always pursued. So the truth is that for me, it is a tremendous privilege to be able to share this panel with you and to publicly express the affection that we feel for you. Very well, let's start with ECLAC. Briefly, one of the first papers that I had to read as a professional in the 90s, Van Silver describes something that at the moment attracted my attention significantly in a text called The Empty Locker. I don't know whether you remember that. We analyze what happens with Latin America before the 90s. So he analyzes it before the 90s and says that there is an empty locker. It crosses growth with inequality, with the policies for income redistribution. And he finds that in the 80s, let us remember that Latin America in general suffers very similar problems. The trends are very similar.
The substitution of imports after the Second World War, all processes that we saw at the start of the 70s, merging processes in the region. Then we had dictatorships. And in going from dictatorships to democracy, dictatorships that left weak democracies, and ECLAC analyzes this at the time in that there is no country, and that's why the locker is empty, crossing growth, equality. No country has been able to grow in Latin America at the same time distribute wealth. Only two that did do it, Uruguay and Argentina, but they had not grown. And the diagnosis posed by ECLAC at the time is very similar to what Alicia has just said. 30 years have gone by, and Latin America has not yet corrected its bearing. And you say, what's behind this is a productive model that allows us to grow and distribute at the same time. In a relatively recent book, I took up the same indicators as Van Silver did for the two next decades. So for the next decade, we don't have an empty locker for the 90s. We have two empty lockers. There is no country that has grown or not and that distributed better, taking the same indicators. And once again, the same problem. We have two empty lockers. The same problem, the productive model, a model that does not allow, among other things, mass adoption of science and technology and adding value to the Latin American output. But now, picking up what Alicia said, Alicia and Prado, this means that for the first time in the first decade of this century, 7 countries grew and distributed. But if you read attentively the book by Alicia and ECLAC, they say that that growth and distribution has short legs. It says that we are using an international conjuncture and easily says it because we say it, but for ECLAC to say it, well, it was showing us what was about to happen. It was a model that had a ceiling. Either we change the productive model once again, or Latin America could be privatized. And this is what happens when you, towards the end of the decade in Argentina, maybe this was an exception, but Latin America, relatively on account of the price of commodities and the opening of the China market and many reasons, that model has a ceiling. And so it was, so much so that many governments of Latin America fell into crisis and changed, some on the verge of democracy, another, as it occurred in Argentina, they changed the sign of their governments. But now you can say exactly the same thing, but you can draw conclusions. The first conclusion is that there is no sustained productive process if you do not adopt science and technology innovations. It's so clear. Let me return to that decade. It must be not a science and technology program, but a program for economic development for our countries. An integrated development program that includes science and technology. It's not a science and technology program. Please note that in that decade, as Alicia said, we in Latin America created a political institutionality that was new and very relevant. UNASUR, CELAC, but not economic institutions, or no economic integration. So that political affinity among countries of Latin America should be expressed in a common model of development. And this is a serious issue because if there is no integration among our countries, it is practically, and I would say economic integration and logistical, because after the logistical integration of our region, Mercosur, things practically did not change. And that is an obstacle to regional trade. And the obstacle to regional trade is an obstacle to the development model. 40% of sales among countries of the region are with added value. Only 10% of what Latin America sells to the other Latin America countries have added value. The rest not. So if we believe in this need that we all have, not only to substitute imports, but also to articulate common growth, what we need is to enhance economic integration in the region. And it's incredible that even with this such geographical proximity, just such cultural similarity, and this has not been done. So this concern is a core issue. And as Alicia said so clearly, this has been reflected in the inequality that has marked this pandemic. We were seeing the snapshot of the G20 countries, and there that concentrated 85% of the vaccines. Those who manage science and technology, those who manage knowledge, had the right to decide about the life or death of the all other inhabitants in the planet. And this is a boomerang because we're seeing it today. In a very globalized world, those countries that had no vaccination will have global repercussions. And that short-sightedness of the developed countries, where in some places they're talking about third and fourth booster shots, but others don't even have one. Among inequalities, basically on account of knowledge regarding the vaccines. And so may I end saying what this means for Latin America. We have tremendous potentials. WHO has said that, say, Argentina and Brazil are in South America and are able to create this platform to produce the vaccines so that we may all be integrated to these mechanisms that Alicia spoke about just now, and that can be done all the way from Mexico to Tierra del Fuego. What we need is that integration to address the challenges of the pandemic, because if we say, what is the total investment of Iberian America, not Latin America, no, Iberian America, and let's not talk about science and technology and innovation in France. No, no, no. Here, what we need is to join our efforts and have regional partnerships strong. It's like an ABC, and yet we do not do it. You could think, well, what is going to be the empty locker in the next decade? Because if we continue like this, well, science and technology, the famous phrase by Einstein, the first sign of madness is to repeat the same equation over and over and expect that you're going to get a different answer. Delaying integration, delaying a development model that implies contribution and that allows in-depth change of the productive matrix and the export matrix in our region. Well, undoubtedly, this poses tremendous challenges, and we in Argentina have, of course, suffered the strong blow of the pandemic and also the call by Roberto as Minister of Science and Technology. He called on the Argentine scientific community. And they turned, well, not 180 degrees because they were doing similar things, but they focused on the pandemic. In Argentina, we have this face mask. And this has implied foreign currency because we also export it. And people call it, this is the CONICET face mask. And the kits for detection kits. For a long time, we were unable to do all the tests we wanted because we didn't have the kit. It was very expensive. We had to import it. And we knew it was a political decision as to who exported and to whom. Well, so we did our own. And today we export. And we've expressed our solidarity with many countries of the region, also countries of Africa and Southeast Asia. We've also done the same thing with the vaccines. We have a national production with vaccines. We do not have the patent, but we do have 4 nationals vaccines under development, and we're hoping that by late 22 or early 23, they may be approved, and that these could be the vaccines for the region. And surely other countries of the region will also develop. And so we will have these tools to facilitate mechanisms for assessment, control, and authorization of vaccines among the countries of the region so that we may very quickly, well, we will surely continue to use the others as well, but at least have these to make them available in the next year, and Argentina may also contribute. Now, a few words regarding what's digital. Because here we have also the president of the foundation, of the Sadowski Foundation, which we created in 2006. At the time, I was Minister of Education, and we created this for professional and research. Today, our countries are exporting cheap labor, the most skilled that we have, because we're unable to compete with the wages, which must happen to all countries of the region. Our best researchers, our best developers are working from here without leaving, but for major powers, for wages that are 3 or 4 times higher than what they could earn with us here. And they work for hours. We're exporting man hours instead of exporting products with goods made here. So we, professionals, the state doesn't have them. And the private companies in Argentina are desperate because they do not have the professionals that I say are working by the hour for companies abroad, and they even get paid abroad. The other day, I was working to an IT manager working for 3 different countries. And well, it is another even more serious way of taking away our capacities. So we must also think there. Alicia and ECLAC must help us to think of common strategies so that with the high cost of training scientists and technologists to be able to use them in the region, and think that this is a core issue, that if we're able to resolve this regionally, we will be better able to address this challenge. So I think that today and tomorrow's work will be fruitful, and that we may discuss these things. We must discuss them very prudently. We must call things by their name. We must not only have a diagnosis, but also make proposals, because we in Latin America, without a doubt, we do have the tools to do this. It all depends on the policy. It depends on the policy. We must agree on how to join efforts. We must see what we do together in biotechnology with Uruguay and Brazil. This goes back more than 20 years, right? And what we're trying to do with lithium, with Chile and Bolivia. Common developments that surely, by joining efforts, we will have excellent outcomes. So once again, thank you very much, Minister, and we're hoping to be able to continue with this very fruitful work that you have done at the head of science and technology in the region. And this afternoon, we will be signing agreements to move ahead with Costa Rica. So thank you all very much, and I wish you every success in the coming days. As Minister Daniel Filmer said very well, we have come this far thanks to the leadership of Costa Rica, the second meeting of science and technology. And in this ceremony, we will move over that presidency and leadership to Daniel Filmus from Argentina. So the last words are by Paula Vega Castillo, Minister of Science and Innovation Technology and Telecommunications of Costa Rica. The floor is yours. Thank you very much and good morning.
I'd like to start by giving special greetings from Costa Rica and the Ministry of Science, Innovation, Technology, and Telecommunications to Mrs. Alicia Bárcenas, Secretary of ECLAC, and of course, Daniel Filmus, Minister of Science, Technology, Innovation of Argentina, as the coming chair of this conference. Also to Mrs. Rosana Solvares and the Secretary of Mercosur and International Economic Affairs, also Mr. Luis Yanes, Secretary of the Commission. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here with you and this handing over the chair of this conference. It has been a work that we've had for several years, and it's been a pleasure for us to conduct it. We consider this conference to be a space that will allow us to continue to advance as a region, and also, of course, in the hand of such important partners such as ECLAC. In this process, where we turn over the chair, we are totally available to continue to support you and to continue to work hand in hand with each one of you here in the region. Our potential as a region is enormous. Sometimes our difficulties is finding the best way to carry this forward, but I believe that the pandemic has made us put many things in perspective. On the one hand, the pandemic is a reflection of the major challenges faced by mankind, and our region is, of course, not free from it. It has also shown us, as we have seen now, that scientific teams from different places in the world that maybe had never conversed are now able to make great efforts together pursuing a common interest, the highest interest of every person. And the advantages of digitalization have made it possible that even though we may be very far away, we may intensify that joint work. I believe that one of the great lessons of the pandemic has been to be able to position once again in the minds of the people the importance of digitalization, the potential it has to accelerate it. In some places it was seen as something necessary, but it was just hanging on. Maybe this showed us that digitalization is not just here to stay, but we have to move in faster, that there's many advantages that it presents that we were not making use of. And it's precisely that digitalization that allowed us or to live moving moments. For example, we had to support our scientists to connect with scientists from other countries and together find a way to have better respirators at lower cost. What can we do? How can we activate our production capacities to stimulate them to move to what was needed by the pandemic, the type of supplies that were needed, even though sometimes we were not so active in the topic of the vaccine, but look for other options of the fast tests. We could see the concern of the people, and it reminded us that we're just one. And the key is that we should all be well, that we should all contribute to a higher end. I believe that was one of the most important lessons of the pandemic. It also showed us all that we can do and continue to push towards making the best of the minds of our people in our region, because we have great scientific and technological capabilities. And as was said by the minister, we have become exporters of brains. What we need to find out is how to keep those brains. How can we multiply that capacity, and how can we offer them interesting alternatives for them to build their dreams in our countries, that they don't need to go elsewhere for their dreams. Certainly, the international networks of knowledge may support in that, provide those opportunities that are complementary while we build more capacity to attract brains in our country, but at least have that motivation. Apart from that, the pandemic showed two things, and it's an important work we have to face: the digital divide and the knowledge gap. The digital divide from the standpoint of connectivity and other efforts, even though they are very good but not sufficient, we must decidedly accelerate them with the feeling of solidarity to those who have the least possibilities to access that connectivity because of economic reasons. It also showed that unfortunately those places where historically they are disenfranchised are the ones who are suffering the most. And the digital era, they have not been able to receive many opportunities, such as the elective virtual courses. Simply not having the connectivity made that persons for a while lost their right to education. In this digital era, not only connectivity is a human right, but it becomes a fundamental tool to exercise many other human rights. But apart from that, it showed that some persons, in spite of having the connectivity and having the computer, they had an important gap in terms of knowledge of how to use it. And that's the other challenge we have, that we have seen that the digital system that have caused a revolution in so many areas in our life, if we do not take the knowledge and the skills required to use those digital tools, they will become a new type of divide between those who can use the technology, because having access to technology, a divide between those who can use it to improve the socioeconomic condition and generate social mobility, to achieve the entrepreneurial undertakings, and those who will continue to look at the social media and causing difficulties such as the dissemination of fake news or believing any information in the media as if they were real, with all the social consequences that can bring about. We see that when there are people who refuse to get their vaccinations without a scientific basis, and even though we try to position that scientific message of the importance of the vaccination, the importance of prevention, and still there's many people continue to refuse that. This shows us that we've had a fundamental flaw, and it is that we not only need digital literacy, but also scientific literacy in our region. When we see that in spite of the accelerated growth, the accelerated technological change we have, there are persons who still continue to believe, as I said, that the vaccines are deleterious or not effective, in spite of the so many years of proof of their effectiveness. When people continue to think that the earth is, or when they start saying now that the earth is flat after it was a promise of so many hundreds of years ago, we say, what's going on? We have a population with a higher level of literacy that can write and read, but what happened? In spite of that education, these archaic ideas that have been left behind, and when there's so much evidence proving otherwise, how is it possible that they surfaced again? There must be something fundamental we're not doing. So we say, in what moment that ignorance, with due respect for those persons, in what moment that ignorance and that new obscurantism is prevailing and so forcefully? So we do have major challenges ahead, as I said, connectivity, digital and scientific literacy, to once again position in a very clear way and correct way science, technology, and innovation in all of its dimensions for a very special purpose, which is to build the society we want. It is also to remember that science, technology, and innovation are a tool to reach equal opportunities, to attain development. And that also occurs in a moment of big challenges for society, because the pandemic is something pointly and immediate that little by little, right or wrong, we've been trying to curb. But when we see things that need long-term action, such as climate change, when we must feed more than 7 billion persons in a context of extension of resources and species, that's where we say, without science, technology, and innovation, how can we do that? And also, of course, we need political will. But even if we have all the political will, without the scientific and technological knowledge, that would be impossible. Finally, I'd like to mention we have recently launched in Costa Rica a strategy of territorial economic development that I would like to mention here, because there are three things that we believe we should focus our efforts as a region, that we call the 3Ds in Spanish: digitalization, decarbonization, and decentralization, to let the opportunities flow to other places, particularly where historically they have been absent. Decarbonize our economy, because sustainable development is the only way of survival, not only of development, but the only path to survival of the countries, of the persons, of the planet, and all the living beings. And of course, digitalization as a means to democratize those opportunities instead of generating larger gaps, as has happened so far. On the other hand, we remember that in this world of displacement, of shifting of the traditional jobs and the arrival of new jobs that we cannot even imagine in its full dimension at the moment, the participation of women in all these processes is definitely fundamental. We cannot create solutions for the big problems nor attain development if half of our population is left out of those opportunities of education and participation in the decision-making positions. If they are excluded from the creation of technological products and services, from the generation of knowledge, and also from the benefits of those products. And when the generation of those benefits goes across the fact that from the very design, we must consider the gender perspective. This particularly when we see issues such as artificial intelligence, where we run the risk that an unconscious bias might lead to different systems to adopt decisions that will exacerbate this gender inequality and will be incomplete if they do not have the perspective of women. The gender bonus we have in our countries is one of the major opportunities to attain the critical mass required of scientists and technologists, men and women, that we need to pull our efforts together and to attain these objectives of development. The problems out there, they're well reflected in the Sustainable Development Goals. Now the question is, how many people do we have to solve them? And to get that amount of persons prepared in science and technology is definitely a must, as I said before. And for that, we need the participation of women. So we have a major task ahead. But I believe that these spaces help us to remember that we're not alone in this challenge, and rather that it is joint work that will lead us to better for the benefit of the persons who live in our region. So I'm available to support each one of you in these processes, and I wish you the greatest success to Argentina now that they will be the chair for this conference. Thank you very much.
And lastly, we will hear a greeting by Mr. Santiago Cafiero, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Worship of Argentina. Unfortunately, I have been unable to take part, as I would have liked, in this third meeting of the Conference on Science, Innovation and Information and Communication, on account of the very high level of participants, without a doubt, also the warmth and the respect that I feel for Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, a great friend and a reference in practical wisdom for the entire region. Argentina considers ECLAC as a strategic partner to promote a regional renewed agenda to improve the outlook for a region that faces challenges such as the need to improve social inclusion towards the expectations of economic growth and physical infrastructure and the level of investment. The third reason is the agenda, which shows that while governments continue to focus on the pandemic, of vaccinating people, of caring people, of sharing doses with sister countries, and even producing our own vaccines, as occurs with the AstraZeneca vaccine or the Sputnik vaccine, we also share experience regarding issues of the present and the future. We know that the knowledge economy is the sector with greatest potential. It creates value and employment and expands your exporting capacity, has a direct impact on the real economy and the quality of life of our people. And I'm talking of very diverse sectors: software industry, production, audiovisual post-production, biotechnology, geological services, and also prospection, and also those related to electronics and communications, nanotechnology, nanoscience, and also aerospace and satellite technologies at all levels. In the unicorns that are able to overcome 10,000 jobs, and the SMEs and micro SMEs in the region. Educate for a 4.0 economy is one of our great aims. As a government, we're working on the construction of a smart government that provides quality public goods and wagers on being the natural partner for the private sector. One of our oldest universities in Buenos Aires is just celebrating its 200th year. Knowledge, together with all the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, we will continue to design policies to reduce gaps, scientific, technological, social, environmental, and gender gaps. And we will do so with the unions, with enterprises, and with research centers. Once again, I thank ECLAC for their incessant activity. Thank you, Alicia, for the health self-sufficiency plan that you presented to us, foreign ministers at CELAC. It is an example of the creative and concrete bearing that Argentina must adopt when it hosts the 39th period of sessions of ECLAC in the 2022-2024 period. A warm embrace, and I wish you every success in your deliberations. I will be very attentive to the outcomes. Thank you. Very well, and so we conclude the opening ceremony, transferring the presidency of the Conference on Science, Innovation, and Information and Communication Technologies of ECLAC from Costa Rica to Argentina. And so now we will have a short 2-minute break to allow the authorities to leave the room and invite Mario Cimeli to come forward for presentation of the next paper. Just 1 minute, no more. Thank you.
Como saben, esta reunión es híbrida, ¿no? Con público acá.
As you know, this meeting is hybrid with public here, face-to-face, and others connected via Zoom. And so now we will continue with our agenda. But first, we're going to adopt the provisional agenda of the meeting. And the delegations have the document called Provisional Documents, LC-CCI TIC 3/2, and which was distributed to all delegations present in the meeting. If there are no comments to the agenda, we will take it as adopted. and announce that the composition of the executive committee for this conference, which is chaired by Argentina, will be finally completed in the next few days and on the 15th, together with the adoption of the draft resolution that you have also learned of. We will elect the executive committee to work with Argentina. And so now we will continue with our agenda, and we recognize Mario Cimoli, the Deputy Executive Committee, Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and who will speak to us the key to innovation and for development, the key to a transformative recovery in Latin America and the Caribbean. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you. I would like to greet my old friends and colleagues and everyone connected to the meeting. ECLAC, for this meeting, prepared a paper for our discussion in order to understand the topic. Is called Innovation for Development, the Key to a Transformative Recovery in Latin America and the Caribbean. The paper is available online, and you can take it, discuss it. We will go straight to the summary of the document and see the most important terms. And many of the things contained in the paper have been somehow already presented in the first panel. And we must be very clear on this. And as the executive secretary of the ECLAC, Alicia Bárcena, and the minister of Argentina and Costa Rica asked, our analysis must be very crude, direct, and assess so as to draft policies and make proposals for the future of the region. We're going to say this without rhetoric. Science, innovation, and information and communication technology is clear. No one can deny that they've played a crucial role in the COVID crisis. Our region maybe did not realize the relevance of this until this sort of thing happened. That maybe not the most developed economies, but yes, in ours. It's as though we had forgotten to invest, to spend, of having stable policies. And when the crisis was upon us, we said, wow, how important science and technology is. And this is today being put up very clearly with the other topic that ECLAC would like to shed light on, that is global asymmetries. And I would just like to give you an example of this. Asymmetries can be seen. Who can produce the vaccines? Who produce them quickly? Who produces them today? And we're going to see in medicines, molecules, and others, tremendous asymmetries. Some economies are lagging very far behind, but there are global economies that are spending trillions on placing science and technology to work with productive systems. The European plan, the American plan, the Chinese plan. And if we have asymmetries today, what could happen in future if those plans are in action and we have nothing? Science and technology have reached a point in Latin America and the Caribbean and have led to this diagnosis. They're underfinanced, major concentrated in basic investment, and also R&D, applied, yes, but little experimental development. And this must be done with enterprises. This is done with a productive system, experimental development that is done with production and bringing things to the market. The recovery plans in the region, they need to be rebuilt. This was being said, and it is in the document. If each country, Latin America, would like to do this on their own, they're not going to make it. This is a matter of scale. It is a matter of scale. Our economies, with the problems that we have in distribution, equality, and access, cannot, and sometimes they never see the money that is necessary to invest because the scale of the region with interconnectivity and science and technology at the basis. ECLAC says we must begin with science and technology. We've not done this. Years have gone by and we're still insisting on the same point. Few see this, but when you take a look at what is happening, please look. The growth of spending in R&D from 1920 in selected enterprises, and look at the companies, look at the figures, 34.4 for Facebook, all the digital aspects, everything that has to do with medicine and laboratories. It is brutal. There is an asymmetry that is being created based on R&D, which is giant. It is evident and difficult for us to have that capacity, but yes, we must understand the process and must have the capacity to imitate, transfer, and build a scale at a local level. This is essential. Progress in biomedical technology have developed 25 vaccines globally with almost 100 under development. Like never before, we realized that science and technology was the basis of the solution. And how did we realize this? And this is essential because science and technology, let's not forget, this is always a social construct. It's always a social construct. Building a basis for support to understand this, building this, allows us to understand where the asymmetries are headed. This will have an impact on markets, on access, on so many conditions that have to do with our enterprises. These asymmetries in science and technology, which is the basis, take a look at them. Take a look at them. Look at the figures. Look at the proportion of added value represented by arts and technology in developed and underdeveloped. Developing, you have China there, but the productive structure in high added value in technology and high and medium technology has a lot to do also with spending in science and technology and how this is linked to the productive system. To have this sort of situation will enable us to have an ability to develop, but if this continues to be like this, with plans such as Europe and the USA, I will have the asymmetries are going to grow. So how can we warn about this? What should we do? Bounce our type and set ourselves on fire and say, if we do not resolve this, we will never be able to close the asymmetries? No, this is going to continue growing because our policy plans are very powerful. And how is the region doing? The region is as it is. What can I say? Who said it? The executive secretary, the ministers. We spend little in science and technology. The problem is not that we're not spending much. The thing is that we've not been spending much for many years with a productive system that exports raw materials or commodities with scarce science and technology. There are countries, I'm not going to tell you which, that instead of improving the products that they export, they move backwards. They export land instead of products. We're moving backwards. We're not spending in science and technology, and the rest of the world is spending a lot. And when we have another pandemic, they're going to be prepared in everything, no matter how. And when we have this sort of process, the multilateral systems are going to be there, and it's going to be difficult to move ahead. So we need to take a look at what is happening with the region, because we have a giant gap. And as you know, we spend, look, in the little we do spend, we spend in what has to do with the government system. That's all right, yes. But take a look. The OECD spends a lot in the private system. In the government, yes, but also the other one. So the basis is in the private sector. So this trend of 4.0, pharma, and this and that and the other, all in the private sector. I'm not saying that the government should not spend. The government must continue to spend and more. But the relationship with the private sector is weak. And why is it so weak? Well, because of the incentives do not cross. Filling that gap is not easy. We need to build incentives. We need to think about it. It's not a single model, it's a complex model. And please take a look at the execution. When you go to execution, Latin America, the government executes for 30% of the private sector, and take a look at the execution of the OECD.
7% is executed by the private sector. So there you see, what does that mean? What do we see in that? And that 71%, there's higher salary, there's more work for women, there's better positioning. These are 71% is not just the execution, it is the productive system, the distribution system that brings the access. It's an extremely important topic. And here we have that one of the problems that we have in the region is this relationship that exists between the science and technology system and the productive system. The little relationship there is, the demand we have, and it's a perverse model. If it will continue like that, it will continue for many years, and the asymmetries will be broader. The minister from Costa Rica rightly said, the sustainability sector, where Europe is spending in their plans more than 800 billion or something like that. and are implementing systems in companies and sectors to change that completely, because they see that if this persists and the incentives of the other economies will continue like that, the gap that will be created, the asymmetry will be ever greater, and that deals with distribution, with science and production. So this is extremely important. Science and technology was shown by the pandemic to be fundamental, and it's not just letting it lag behind. It is clear and evident that in the region, one of the problems we face is that basic research is there, but experimental development not. Once again, the alarm that the relationship of the spending for science and technology to the production system and system of state that permits spending a system of universities and companies is one of the most serious problems we have. Basically, we have basic research, which is fine. No one says not to do it, of course, be that clear. But how to transfer the benefits to the citizens and plans and projects and to companies, that's the biggest problem we have. If we don't do that, the economies can be restricted, the distribution issues will be a problem, and the access to medicine will be ever worse. So we have to understand that. The patents, that's an effect of results and performance. Only 2% of the companies represent, only 2% of the total patents are represented by the companies of the region. 84 are registered by non-residents. If you see the patent system in the United States, the USCO or WIPO, one clearly sees that our region continues to be lagging behind in all the patents that are key for development, which are fundamentally the ones dealing with IT 4.0, everything dealing with medicine, we continue behind. So the model needs to be thought out. We need to attack it forcefully. We need to rethink it. Institutionality now. I put sentences that might be a bit crude. I will read them. I'll read them with care to all the authorities, science and technology. We have a ministerial ranking, but sometimes not here, but in other cases, nor in Costa Rica. But when they have a minister, they don't even know what job to give them. It should be the most important minister, even more than the Minister of Economy and Finance, because at the base is the fundamental element of development. There is what permits the productive system to grow, permits better jobs, better salaries, but it's always lagging behind. Even if we have the rank of a minister, how do we deal with that? Without an increase of a significant increase of the budget, I'd rather be quiet because it really hurts. The state policies change. Science and technology needs to be a state policy. It has to be a state policy. Lack of explicit policy and lack of coordination and development policies. Very often there is no dialogue, and to have one side, it's not the case of Argentina, because I know the work of the minister that, as well as other countries who are doing it, many of the region are doing, but we need more. There's no scientific and technological policy, but an industrial policy. Without industrial policy that can absorb science and technology, put it in the on site and have better jobs and salaries. So the diagnosis after so many years and with what we have lived, well, for 20 years, I've been talking about this at regional level, and I present this after 20 years. Yeah, we do have a little bit, but not too much. How to explain that now there is a crucial momentum? If we don't do it now, the gaps and asymmetries will grow in a gigantic and brutal way. So I believe it was taken well in the prior panel. What came about from this? The digital technologies mitigate the economic and social aspects of the pandemic. They become fundamental, and we see that they are fundamental. Second, the development of the vaccine changes the dynamic of the pandemic. Changes completely. Technology is going to permit the recovery of productivity faster on. There's a topic, they say, yes, you go to a seminar and you say, well, the cries of the global value chains are interrupted. Yes, they are. We don't get the perfect products. We think that the whole productive model is in a standstill. Many segments of the productive chain values are substituted by digital technologies, and completely so. And when we see that that will happen, because I will have a product produced in a country and the printing is done in another country, and I will get a product here that will be produced by a manufacturer in another place, the productive chains, how will they use? If you do not incorporate that technology in the productive processes and the value chains and the logistic and production and the processes will lag behind. And how are we going to do this with the products we have? Global challenges, or climate change as well. And we see that the whole digital processing that has to go in strong, and science and technology needs to be there strong. Now, it was well said in the panel by the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, we contributed with 8%. The rest of the countries after the Industrial Revolution 600 years ago have contributed a bit more to what's happening in sustainability at the global level. But they are developing the instruments, the mechanisms, the patents, the processes, while on the other hand, we do not see that capacity to generate the process at the local level adapted to what we have. We cannot have a debate, because if I had to go on CO2 more or less, but the structural conditions for economy are different. We have informality, poverty, inequality. It's different from proposing it technology in Germany, Hamburg, Bonn, or Milano, or New York, or Silicon Valley. It's different. So the process there changes the way to conceive those technologies. They start from a regional concept of how we do our transition with our times towards sustainability, but in our times. And those sectors are for us extremely important. The document presents 3 cases. I'll go very rapidly on this. The first is the issue of health. We want to conduct a study of how the region is on a health level, and that's a plan we presented in CELAC. And we saw that the pharma sector, apart from the fact that it helps us to be better, and as our Minister of Costa Rica said, they work, the molecules that works and many things, and we live up to 80 years because it works. And we see it's not just that, and the productive sector is fundamental. They need a higher productivity, having a higher salary per worker, greater increase of women employed in the sectors. Why didn't we follow those policies? That's a policy that absorbs science and technology, that generates innovation and generates social practices, and that permits having greater equality, access, and possibilities. That sector is key. But we see that in the region and in reality, we did the study in every country. The reality, what happens is that few of the policies or part of the productive systems in some of those countries, Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico had other, but they dismantled most of the productive structure, well, understanding that the continuity of, well, at that moment, they dismantled those systems when they thought technology was a dirty word. This is integration, regionalization. We cannot do it on our own, and it can be done. Look at the cases. We have the case of Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, universities. We have capabilities. They are here. The project and the plan we have is to integrate all this. In fact, on this week, on the 15th, there will be a meeting of all the regulators at regional level, because without homogeneous regulation, it doesn't work. I'm sure Argentina will be represented in that region. That will be key to generate the basis. What does regulation mean? Have approval of vaccines, criteria, clinical trials, labs. If a country doesn't have a lab, another one can have it. Well, let's move along those lines. That's a plan of self-sufficiency, and that's a regional project. The pharma sector needs to be continued to be worked not only for this pandemic, because it's a policy of capability and regional integration. Digital technologies for industry. We're concerned about this because we see this happening at a global level, and we see how they are investing, and we see the projects in the other countries. So our fear is that these asymmetries may grow, become giant, and that deals also with many of our products. Instead of pushing us to incorporate, it pushes us backwards. And maybe I will start exporting piece of land or tons of I need to produce value-added products, which is fundamental, and it deals with the production and how you deal with the issue of R&D in this sector and the capacities that we need to generate clusters of fear in ECLAC. And we say it candidly, if all this works, the policies that we of other countries work, asymmetries will grow, and the process will be far more dramatic than we think. Industry 4.0 means having this type of thing. There's few countries who can do it. In the region, there's large capacities. There are countries who have done it. Argentina has capacity. Costa Rica starts becoming one of the greatest exporters of medical products, of medical instrumentation. They're dealing. Brazil and Mexico also do it. Chile is doing it with the project of the University of Chile. There are projects, but it happens they don't take off. And the politics just not or did not give importance to this for a long time. This topic continues to be instrumental, science and technology. And in this, we mean that this is strongly concentrated in the United States, China, and Europe, and will continue to be so. That's our fear. ECLAC launched the document of foreign trade last week. And it says that we're still becoming primary producers in the southern cone, and the difficulty of including science and technology. So that model is like tethered. It has a base that doesn't work in the concept. So here we have the fundamental point. This cannot be done if the structure, the drivers of production do not absorb and demand this technology, and it's a vicious circle. Look at where our economies has production structure with little technology, industry in production with little stimulus, while the advanced economies are there. And if you see that, it's in the document. This also implies a pact about inequality. Our economies with this structure generate more inequality than the advanced economy. It's not that science and technology are not good for equality. Science and technology, if they are developed with a massive coverage and production, is a key factor to reduce inequality. I would say is as important as the policies and transfers. But this is a long-term policy. The European model, you say how balanced is it? It's a model that was generated like that because of the science of science and technology and their diversified production structure. And the last is environmental sustainability. Look at the figure there between the United States and Latin America, and look how the efficiency in the energy use in the United States is practically better. They use by value-added energy, reducing cost, making it more efficient, while we continue to use energy and increasing the cost. We are producing inefficiently. So we have the whole policy to work at in our environment. All these things are analysis for debate, fundamental analysis. Our conclusion is, apart from saying that this leads us to read what's happening today, is that the urgency of having policies about this. There's three urgencies that concern us. Pick up the issue of science and technology as a topic of state policy with institutional stability, to take a policy of science and technology that permits and stimulates relationship with the private and productive sector. That is fundamental because there's demand and it generates some quality employment based on science and technology, and having a policy of coordination and scale at the regional level, because a country like Brazil, which is so large and cannot do it on its own, generate a scale that permits it, and a policy of regional cooperation within Latin America that permits understanding these asymmetries with the other countries at a global level. For example, the issue of patents, access. On the one hand, we need to have the capacity to discuss it and have the waivers that allow us. On the other hand, we need to be more daring in the use of all the flexibilities that the international agreements allow for. For example, when this case happened, there were few countries in the region who used the Bowler exception. Had we used it for RNAs 10 years back, we would have used the product because there are flexibilities and we do not use it.
And so the model requires action, and our concern is that there's going to be more than one empty locker. It's not just going to be a locker, but an entire tunnel over there if we don't do something soon. So this is the paper with the concrete proposals, and we believe that this is a unique moment to bring this topic out and do something together with the government of Argentina and other countries to build a basis, a platform for science and technology. Often in politics, the issue of STI is, we say, well, of course, yes. But today, like never before, we realized that whoever does it will achieve something, and whoever does not do it will never do anything. So This cannot be sanctioned at global level, at regional level, with aggravated issues regarding to inequality and others. Let's remember that science and technology is still essential. Many realize what we do today has to do with distribution, equality, and sustainable development. Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Mario, for that presentation of the document. According to the agenda, we should end here, but I would like to ask Diego Hurtado if you would like to give us a comment to this presentation by Mr. Timmerly. Well, I had not prepared anything. Yes, it's outside the agenda. Absolutely. Yes, an excellent presentation, both the ones by Alicia as well as Costa Rica as well. And now Mario, is always a privilege to hear him. ECLAC for the Ministry of Science and Technology today. This is our benchmark. It sets like a compass ahead. What is a structural change? What does this mean for the countries of the region? With sectoral studies, strategic studies, trajectories. And the only thing that I could add to everything that has been said is that when you analyze all of this, thinking of our return to democracy in Argentina that coincide with the return to democracy in many other countries of the region, among others, Brazil, there is a clear diagnosis. Science and technology is characterized by the need to have accumulation processes, accumulating knowledge, know-how, capacities, expertise. And when you say capacities, you mean technical capacities, the very broad range of capacities. That occurs in institutions and enterprises and in facts. As time evolves, each time we need further interaction between what we call settings, systemic settings between sectors. And what we see in Latin America is that the institutional instability, we could look for the roots of this in the political and economic instability that we have suffered. But the first thing that comes up are these accumulation processes. So just to give you the case of Argentina, but we could repeat this for any country in the region. Or as ECLAC says, with any semi-industrialized country in the region. Argentina wagered in favor of aeronautics and medications in 47. I'm saying that the state in Argentina, with initiatives taking important steps towards energy sectors in the 1950s, semiconductors, electronics in the decade of the 60s, and our country does not export and does not have exporting capacity in any other sectors. We have been for more than 100 years trying to do something with the aeronautical industry, and this shows inabilities. Well, yes, but no, but the situation is political, economic, and institutional. In just a few terms, what can we draw from all of this? We cannot continue to have governments in our region. Fortunately, they've come to an end. That is why I said return to democracy. We've left in our past history, fortunately, the coups, the de facto governments backed by the armed forces. That's part of our history. But today, we continue to see processes where we have different sign governments alternately in power. And so we see how we're still missing these processes for continuity, for trends, for accumulation. This in Argentina happened clearly. In 2015, we had virtuous processes, science and technology, and processes to accompany what we could call a second industrialization cycle. But in 2016 and 2019, a government that, in a certain sense, denied all these process to consolidate public policies. And so, well, that's just a footnote. It is, as I say, a privilege to hear Mario. Thank you. Thank you, Diego. Just to say that we are now adjourning the morning session. The conference will continue at 2:30 with the next panel on institutions, policies, and instruments for science, technology, and innovation by Zoom, such as the entire rest of the conference. Thank you. See you at 2:30.
Recording stopped.
implementing to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Through reports and documents, it offers analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels, in addition to supporting the review and monitoring in the medium and long term. In an interactive map, those interested can clearly visualize the actions taken by each country in the areas of movements, health, economy, labor, social protection, education, and gender. Visit ECLAC's COVID-19 Observatory and access updated information on policy measures to address the crisis in the region.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multidimensional impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin America and Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels. ECLAC studies include a collection of special reports COVID-19 that deal with the economic and social effects of the crisis, as well as sectorial publications on specific topics such as the production of statistics, the right to life and health of older people, people with disabilities, the region's food systems, digitization opportunities, the care system, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the new global context, among other topics. This economic and social analysis will be updated as relevant information related to the COVID-19 pandemic emerges. Visit the ECLAC Observatory COVID-19 and access all these reports and updated information on policy measures to face the crisis in the region.
The Escazú Agreement is the first regional environmental treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean and offers an unprecedented tool to tackle these challenges. The Escazú Agreement contributes to the right to a healthy environment and to sustainable development of present and future generations, guaranteeing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It is the first treaty in the world to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters.
The Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean is the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The conference, which was established in 1977 as a subsidiary body of ECLAC, is convened on a regular basis to identify the situation of women's autonomy and rights at the regional and sub-regional levels, present public policy recommendations for gender equality, and undertake periodic assessments of the activities carried out in fulfillment of regional and international plans and agreements on the subject.
The Observatory of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of ECLAC's regional knowledge tools. Its creation responds to a mandate of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, when the member states requested that ECLAC establish an Observatory of Social Development to support the design and implementation of public policies and allow the monitoring of the trends. This way, the Observatory promotes the integral development of Latin America and the Caribbean with a focus on rights and equality through the analysis of the social situation of the region, public policies and technical assistance to the countries that request it. The Observatory also integrates a set of digital platforms. The databases are social investment, non-contributory social protection programs, institutional frameworks for social policy, youth and social inclusion, and regional and sub-regional commitments in social development. Through its Social Development Division, ECLAC publishes, updates, and expands these bases, which are available to governments and the general public.
The Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC is a subsidiary body of the Commission, whose mandates include promoting the development and improvement of national statistics and their international comparability. Bear in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission, the specialized agencies, and other organizations. The mandates of the conference also include the promotion of international, regional, and bilateral cooperation between national offices and international and regional organizations, as well as the preparation of a biennial program of regional and international cooperation activities that, subject to the availability of resources, responds to the demands of the countries of the region. The Strategic Plan 2015-2025 of the conference establishes as main lines of action the institutional strengthening and leadership role of national statistical offices, the development of human resources and statistical production to ensure their quality, and regional and international coordination and cooperation for the development of official statistics in the region. The 10th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to be held from the 19th to the 21st November 2019, will bring together authorities and representatives of the national statistical offices and national statistical systems of ECLAC member countries to discuss the future of economic statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean, among other topics.
At present, Latin America is home to 826 indigenous peoples, which, by the year 2010, included nearly 45 million people, accounting for 8% of the region's population. The countries with the greatest proportion of indigenous peoples are Bolivia, Guatemala, Peru, and Mexico. There is huge diversity among indigenous peoples, with some remaining in voluntary isolation and others coexisting in big cities. Brazil has the greatest amount of indigenous peoples, followed by Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. Indigenous peoples represent one of the most disadvantaged groups in the region and have suffered the systematic loss of their lands, with severe consequences to their well-being. Nevertheless, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has found some progress in recent years related to the recognition of their territorial rights and political participation. There have also been improvements in their living conditions, with greater access to healthcare and education. The United Nations has championed the promotion of indigenous peoples' rights and relies on 3 special resources for this purpose: a permanent forum, experts, a special rapporteur. At a regulatory level, indigenous peoples are protected by Convention number 169 of the International Labor Organization of 1989, which recognized their rights as peoples for the first time, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples of 2007, which considers these peoples' rights to self-determination. In the context of these efforts, ECLAC calls for the region's countries to put policies in practice to end inequality suffered by indigenous peoples. Policies based on human rights standards and the perspectives and contributions of these peoples. This is crucial for the construction of a new development agenda beyond 2015, with equality at its heart.
The SDG Gateway is a web platform aiming to become a key factor for coordination and availability of the regional assets of the United Nations system in Latin America and the Caribbean. The main goal of this online knowledge management center is to serve as a meeting point and reference to all the information related to the Sustainable Development Goals, including activities, informational resources, statistics, regional data, specific analytic tools, and knowledge products developed and provided by the United Nations Development System in the region in response to its member countries. Visit this important multi-stakeholder platform and get to know more about this online regional knowledge management center. The COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean is a platform promoted by ECLAC at the request of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. The observatory tracks the public policies that Latin American and Caribbean countries are implementing to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Through reports and documents, it offers analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels, in addition to supporting the review and monitoring in the medium and long term. In an interactive map, those interested can clearly visualize the actions taken by each country in the areas of movements, health, economy, labor, social protection, education, and gender. Visit ECLAC's COVID-19 Observatory and access updated information on policy measures to address the crisis in the region.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin America and Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels. ECLAC studies include a collection of special reports COVID-19 that deal with the economic and social effects of the crisis, as well as sectorial publications on specific topics such as the production of statistics, the right to life and health of older people, people with disabilities, the region's food systems, digitization opportunities, the care system, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the New Global Context, among other topics. This economic and social analysis will be updated as relevant information related to the COVID-19 pandemic emerges. Visit the ECLAC Observatory COVID-19 and access all these reports and updated information on policy measures to face the crisis in the region.
The Escazú Agreement is the first regional environmental treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean and offers an unprecedented tool to tackle these challenges. The Escazú Agreement contributes to the right to a healthy environment and to sustainable development of present and future generations, guaranteeing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It is the first treaty in the world to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters.
The Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean is the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The conference, which was established in 1977 as a subsidiary body of ECLAC, is convened on a regular basis to identify the situation of women's autonomy and rights at the regional and sub-regional levels, present public policy recommendations for gender equality, and undertake periodic assessments of the activities carried out in fulfillment of regional and international plans and agreements on the subject.
The Observatory of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of ECLAC's regional knowledge tools. Its creation responds to a mandate of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, when the member states requested that ECLAC establish an Observatory of Social Development to support the design and implementation of public policies and allow the monitoring of the trends. This way, the Observatory promotes the integral development of Latin America and the Caribbean with a focus on rights and equality through the analysis of the social situation of the region, public policies and technical assistance to the countries that request it. The Observatory also integrates a set of digital platforms. The databases are social investment, non-contributory social protection programs, institutional frameworks for social policy, youth and social inclusion, and regional and sub-regional commitments in social development. Through its Social Development Division, ECLAC publishes, updates, and expands these bases, which are available to governments and the general public.
The Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC is a subsidiary body of the Commission, whose mandates include promoting the development and improvement of national statistics and their international comparability. Bear in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission, the specialized agencies, and other organizations. The mandates of the conference also include the promotion of international, regional, and bilateral cooperation between national offices and international and regional organizations, as well as the preparation of a biennial program of regional and international cooperation activities that, subject to the availability of resources, responds to the demands of the countries of the region. The Strategic Plan 2015-2025 of the conference establishes as main lines of action the institutional strengthening and leadership role of national statistical offices, the development of human resources and statistical production to ensure their quality, and regional and international coordination and cooperation for the development of official statistics in the region. The 10th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to be held from the 19th to the 21st November 2019, will bring together authorities and representatives of the national statistical offices and national statistical systems of ECLAC member countries to discuss the future of economic statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean, among other topics.
At present, Latin America is home to 826 indigenous peoples, which, by the year 2010, included nearly 45 million people, accounting for 8% of the region's population. The countries with the greatest proportion of indigenous peoples are Bolivia, Guatemala, Peru, and Mexico. There is huge diversity among indigenous peoples, with some remaining in voluntary isolation and others coexisting in big cities. Brazil has the greatest amount of indigenous peoples, followed by Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. Indigenous peoples represent one of the most disadvantaged groups in the region and have suffered the systematic loss of their lands, with severe consequences to their well-being. Nevertheless, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has found some progress in recent years related to the recognition of their territorial rights and political participation. There have also been improvements in their living conditions, with greater access to healthcare and education. The United Nations has championed the promotion of indigenous peoples' rights and relies on 3 special resources for this purpose: a permanent forum, experts, a special rapporteur. At a regulatory level, indigenous peoples are protected by Convention number 169 of the International Labor Organization of 1989, which recognized their rights as peoples for the first time, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples of 2007, which considers these peoples' rights to self-determination. In the context of these efforts, ECLAC calls for the region's countries to put policies in practice to end inequality suffered by indigenous peoples. Policies based on human rights standards and the perspectives and contributions of these peoples. This is crucial for the construction of a new development agenda beyond 2015, with equality at its heart.
The SDG Gateway is a web platform aiming to become a key factor for coordination and availability of the regional assets of the United Nations system in Latin America and the Caribbean. The main goal of this online knowledge management center is to serve as a meeting point and reference to all the information related to the Sustainable Development Goals, including activities, informational resources, statistics, regional data, specific analytic tools, and knowledge products developed and provided by the United Nations Development System in the region in response to its member countries. Visit this important multi-stakeholder platform and get to know more about this online regional knowledge management center. The COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean is a platform promoted by ECLAC at the request of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. The observatory tracks the public policies that Latin American and Caribbean countries are implementing to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Through reports and documents, it offers analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels, in addition to supporting the review and monitoring in the medium and long term. In an interactive map, those interested can clearly visualize the actions taken by each country in the areas of movements, health, economy, labor, social protection, education, and gender. Visit ECLAC's COVID-19 Observatory and access updated information on policy measures to address the crisis in the region.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin America and Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels. ECLAC studies include a collection of special reports COVID-19 that deal with the economic and social effects of the crisis, as well as sectorial publications on specific topics such as the production of statistics, the right to life and health of older people, people with disabilities, the region's food systems, digitization opportunities, the care system, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the New Global Context, among other topics. This economic and social analysis will be updated as relevant information related to the COVID-19 pandemic emerges. Visit the ECLAC Observatory COVID-19 and access all these reports and updated information on policy measures to face the crisis in the region.
The Escazú Agreement is the first regional environmental treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean and offers an unprecedented tool to tackle these challenges. The Escazú Agreement contributes to the right to a healthy environment and to sustainable development of present and future generations, guaranteeing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It is the first treaty in the world to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters.
The Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean is the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The conference, which was established in 1977 as a subsidiary body of ECLAC, is convened on a regular basis to identify the situation of women's autonomy and rights at the regional and sub-regional levels, present public policy recommendations for gender equality, and undertake periodic assessments of the activities carried out in fulfillment of regional and international plans and agreements on the subject.
The Observatory of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of ECLAC's regional knowledge tools. Its creation responds to a mandate of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, when the member states requested that ECLAC establish an Observatory of Social Development to support the design and implementation of public policies and allow the monitoring of the trends. This way, the Observatory promotes the integral development of Latin America and the Caribbean with a focus on rights and equality through the analysis of the social situation of the region, public policies, and technical assistance to the countries that request it. The Observatory also integrates a set of digital platforms. The databases are social investment, non-contributory social protection programs, institutional frameworks for social policy, youth and social inclusion, and regional and sub-regional commitments in social development. Through its Social Development Division, ECLAC publishes, updates, and expands these bases, which are available to governments and the general public.
The Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC is a subsidiary body of the Commission, whose mandates include promoting the development and improvement of national statistics and their international comparability. Bear in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission, the specialized agencies, and other organizations. The mandates of the conference also include the promotion of international, regional, and bilateral cooperation between national offices and international and regional organizations, as well as the preparation of a biennial program of regional and international cooperation activities that, subject to the availability of resources, responds to the demands of the countries of the region. The Strategic Plan 2015-2025 of the conference establishes as main lines of action the institutional strengthening and leadership role of national statistical offices, the development of human resources and statistical production to ensure their quality, and regional and international coordination and cooperation for the development of official statistics in the region. The 10th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to be held from the 19th to the 21st November 2019, will bring together authorities and representatives of the national statistical offices and national statistical systems of ECLAC member countries to discuss the future of economic statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean, among other topics.
At present, Latin America is home to 826 indigenous peoples, which, by the year 2010, included nearly 45 million people, accounting for 8% of the region's population. The countries with the greatest proportion of indigenous peoples are Bolivia, Guatemala, Peru, and Mexico. There is huge diversity among indigenous peoples, with some remaining in voluntary isolation and others coexisting in big cities. Brazil has the greatest amount of indigenous peoples, followed by Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. Indigenous peoples represent one of the most disadvantaged groups in the region and have suffered the systematic loss of their lands, with severe consequences to their well-being. Nevertheless, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has found some progress in recent years related to the recognition of their territorial rights and political participation. There have also been improvements in their living conditions, with greater access to healthcare and education. The United Nations has championed the promotion of indigenous peoples' rights and relies on 3 special resources for this purpose: a permanent forum, experts, a special rapporteur. At a regulatory level, indigenous peoples are protected by Convention number 169 of the International Labor Organization of 1989, which recognized their rights as peoples for the first time, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples of 2007, which considers these peoples' rights to self-determination. In the context of these efforts, ECLAC calls for the region's countries to put policies in practice to end inequality suffered by indigenous peoples. Policies based on human rights standards and the perspectives and contributions of these peoples. This is crucial for the construction of a new development agenda beyond 2015, with equality at its heart.
The SDG Gateway is a web platform aiming to become a key factor for coordination and availability of the regional assets of the United Nations system in Latin America and the Caribbean. The main goal of this online knowledge management center is to serve as a meeting point and reference to all the information related to the Sustainable Development Goals, including activities, informational resources, statistics, regional data, specific analytic tools, and knowledge products developed and provided by the United Nations Development System in the region in response to its member countries. Visit this important multi-stakeholder platform and get to know more about this online regional knowledge management center. The COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean is a platform promoted by ECLAC at the request of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. The observatory tracks the public policies that Latin American and Caribbean countries are implementing to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Through reports and documents, it offers analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels, in addition to supporting the review and monitoring in the medium and long term. In an interactive map, those interested can clearly visualize the actions taken by each country in the areas of movements, health, economy, labor, social protection, education, and gender. Visit ECLAC's COVID-19 Observatory and access updated information on policy measures to address the crisis in the region.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin America and Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels. ECLAC studies include a collection of special reports COVID-19 that deal with the economic and social effects of the crisis, as well as sectorial publications on specific topics such as the production of statistics, the right to life and health of older people, people with disabilities, the region's food systems, digitization opportunities, the care system, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the New Global Context, among other topics. This economic and social analysis will be updated as relevant information related to the COVID-19 pandemic emerges. Visit the ECLAC Observatory COVID-19 and access all these reports and updated information on policy measures to face the crisis in the region.
The Escazú Agreement is the first regional environmental treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean and offers an unprecedented tool to tackle these challenges. The Escazú Agreement contributes to the right to a healthy environment and to sustainable development of present and future generations, guaranteeing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It is the first treaty in the world to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters.
The Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean is the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The conference, which was established in 1977 as a subsidiary body of ECLAC, is convened on a regular basis to identify the situation of women's autonomy and rights at the regional and sub-regional levels, present public policy recommendations for gender equality, and undertake periodic assessments of the activities carried out in fulfillment of regional and international plans and agreements on the subject.
The Observatory of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of ECLAC's regional knowledge tools. Its creation responds to a mandate of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, when the member states requested that ECLAC establish an Observatory of Social Development to support the design and implementation of public policies and allow the monitoring of the trends. This way, the Observatory promotes the integral development of Latin America and the Caribbean with a focus on rights and equality through the analysis of the social situation of the region, public policies and technical assistance to the countries that request it. The Observatory also integrates a set of digital platforms. The databases are social investment, non-contributory social protection programs, institutional frameworks for social policy, youth and social inclusion, and regional and sub-regional commitments in social development. Through its Social Development Division, ECLAC publishes, updates, and expands these bases, which are available to governments and the general public.
The Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC is a subsidiary body of the Commission, whose mandates include promoting the development and improvement of national statistics and their international comparability. Bear in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission, the specialized agencies, and other organizations. The mandates of the conference also include the promotion of international, regional, and bilateral cooperation between national offices and international and regional organizations, as well as the preparation of a biennial program of regional and international cooperation activities that, subject to the availability of resources, responds to the demands of the countries of the region. The Strategic Plan 2015-2025 of the conference establishes as main lines of action the institutional strengthening and leadership role of national statistical offices, the development of human resources and statistical production to ensure their quality, and regional and international coordination and cooperation for the development of official statistics in the region. The 10th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to be held from the 19th to the 21st November 2019, will bring together authorities and representatives of the national statistical offices and national statistical systems of ECLAC member countries to discuss the future of economic statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean, among other topics.
At present, Latin America is home to 826 indigenous peoples, which, by the year 2010, included nearly 45 million people, accounting for 8% of the region's population. The countries with the greatest proportion of indigenous peoples are Bolivia, Guatemala, Peru, and Mexico. There is huge diversity among indigenous peoples, with some remaining in voluntary isolation and others coexisting in big cities. Brazil has the greatest amount of indigenous peoples, followed by Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. Indigenous peoples represent one of the most disadvantaged groups in the region and have suffered the systematic loss of their lands, with severe consequences to their well-being. Nevertheless, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has found some progress in recent years related to the recognition of their territorial rights and political participation. There have also been improvements in their living conditions, with greater access to healthcare and education. The United Nations has championed the promotion of indigenous peoples' rights and relies on 3 special resources for this purpose: a permanent forum, experts, a special rapporteur. At a regulatory level, indigenous peoples are protected by Convention number 169 of the International Labor Organization of 1989, which recognized their rights as peoples for the first time, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples of 2007, which considers these peoples' rights to self-determination. In the context of these efforts, ECLAC calls for the region's countries to put policies in practice to end inequality suffered by indigenous peoples. Policies based on human rights standards and the perspectives and contributions of these peoples. This is crucial for the construction of a new development agenda beyond 2015, with equality at its heart.
The SDG Gateway is a web platform aiming to become a key factor for coordination and availability of the regional assets of the United Nations system in Latin America and the Caribbean. The main goal of this online knowledge management center is to serve as a meeting point and reference to all the information related to the Sustainable Development Goals, including activities, informational resources, statistics, regional data, specific analytic tools, and knowledge products developed and provided by the United Nations Development System in the region in response to its member countries. Visit this important multi-stakeholder platform and get to know more about this online regional knowledge management center. The COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean is a platform promoted by ECLAC at the request of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. The observatory tracks the public policies that Latin American and Caribbean countries are implementing to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Through reports and documents, it offers analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels, in addition to supporting the review and monitoring in the medium and long term. In an interactive map, those interested can clearly visualize the actions taken by each country in the areas of movements, health, economy, labor, social protection, education, and gender. Visit ECLAC's COVID-19 Observatory and access updated information on policy measures to address the crisis in the region.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin America and Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels. ECLAC studies include a collection of special reports COVID-19 that deal with the economic and social effects of the crisis, as well as sectorial publications on specific topics such as the production of statistics, the right to life and health of older people, people with disabilities, the region's food systems, digitization opportunities, the care system, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the New Global Context, among other topics. This economic and social analysis will be updated as relevant information related to the COVID-19 pandemic emerges. Visit the ECLAC Observatory COVID-19 and access all these reports and updated information on policy measures to face the crisis in the region.
The Escazú Agreement is the first regional environmental treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean and offers an unprecedented tool to tackle these challenges. The Escazú Agreement contributes to the right to a healthy environment and to sustainable development of present and future generations, guaranteeing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It is the first treaty in the world to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters.
The Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean is the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The conference, which was established in 1977 as a subsidiary body of ECLAC, is convened on a regular basis to identify the situation of women's autonomy and rights at the regional and sub-regional levels, present public policy recommendations for gender equality, and undertake periodic assessments of the activities carried out in fulfillment of regional and international plans and agreements on the subject.
The Observatory of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of ECLAC's regional knowledge tools. Its creation responds to a mandate of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, when the member states requested that ECLAC establish an Observatory of Social Development to support the design and implementation of public policies and allow the monitoring of the trends. This way, the Observatory promotes the integral development of Latin America and the Caribbean with a focus on rights and equality through the analysis of the social situation of the region, public policies and technical assistance to the countries that request it. The Observatory also integrates a set of digital platforms. The databases are social investment, non-contributory social protection programs, institutional frameworks for social policy, youth and social inclusion, and regional and sub-regional commitments in social development. Through its Social Development Division, ECLAC publishes, updates, and expands these bases, which are available to governments and the general public.
The Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC is a subsidiary body of the Commission, whose mandates include promoting the development and improvement of national statistics and their international comparability. Bear in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission, the specialized agencies, and other organizations. The mandates of the conference also include the promotion of international, regional, and bilateral cooperation between national offices and international and regional organizations, as well as the preparation of a biannual program of regional and international cooperation activities that, subject to the availability of resources, responds to the demands of the countries of the region. The Strategic Plan 2015-2025 of the conference establishes as main lines of action the institutional strengthening and leadership role of national statistical offices, the development of human resources and statistical production to ensure their quality, and regional and international coordination and cooperation for the development of official statistics in the region. The 10th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to be held from the 19th to the 21st November 2019, will bring together authorities and representatives of the national statistical offices and national statistical systems of ECLAC member countries to discuss the future of economic statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean, among other topics.
At present, Latin America is home to 826 indigenous peoples, which, by the year 2010, included nearly 45 million people, accounting for 8% of the region's population. The countries with the greatest proportion of indigenous peoples are Bolivia, Guatemala, Peru, and Mexico. There is huge diversity among indigenous peoples, with some remaining in voluntary isolation and others coexisting in big cities. Brazil has the greatest amount of indigenous peoples, followed by Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. Indigenous peoples represent one of the most disadvantaged groups in the region and have suffered the systematic loss of their lands, with severe consequences to their well-being. Nevertheless, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has found some progress in recent years related to the recognition of their territorial rights and political participation. There have also been improvements in their living conditions, with greater access to healthcare and education. The United Nations has championed the promotion of indigenous peoples' rights and relies on 3 special resources for this purpose: a permanent forum, experts, a special rapporteur. At a regulatory level, indigenous peoples are protected by Convention number 169 of the International Labor Organization of 1989, which recognized their rights as peoples for the first time, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples of 2007, which considers these peoples' rights to self-determination. In the context of these efforts, ECLAC calls for the region's countries to put policies in practice to end inequality suffered by indigenous peoples. Policies based on human rights standards and the perspectives and contributions of these peoples. This is crucial for the construction of a new development agenda beyond 2015, with equality at its heart.
The SDG Gateway is a web platform aiming to become a key factor for coordination and availability of the regional assets of the United Nations system in Latin America and the Caribbean. The main goal of this online knowledge management center is to serve as a meeting point and reference to all the information related to the Sustainable Development Goals, including activities, informational resources, statistics, regional data, specific analytic tools, and knowledge products developed and provided by the United Nations Development System in the region in response to its member countries. Visit this important multi-stakeholder platform and get to know more about this online regional knowledge management center. The COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean is a platform promoted by ECLAC at the request of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. The observatory tracks the public policies that Latin American and Caribbean countries are implementing to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Through reports and documents, it offers analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels, in addition to supporting the review and monitoring in the medium and long term. In an interactive map, those interested can clearly visualize the actions taken by each country in the areas of movements, health, economy, labor, social protection, education, and gender. Visit ECLAC's COVID-19 Observatory and access updated information on policy measures to address the crisis in the region.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin America and Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels. ECLAC studies include a collection of special reports COVID-19 that deal with the economic and social effects of the crisis, as well as sectorial publications on specific topics such as the production of statistics, the right to life and health of older people, people with disabilities, the region's food systems, digitization opportunities, the care system, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the New Global Context, among other topics. This economic and social analysis will be updated as relevant information related to the COVID-19 pandemic emerges. Visit the ECLAC Observatory COVID-19 and access all these reports and updated information on policy measures to face the crisis in the region.
The Escazú Agreement is the first regional environmental treaty of Latin America and the Caribbean and offers an unprecedented tool to tackle these challenges. The Escazú Agreement contributes to the right to a healthy environment and to sustainable development of present and future generations, guaranteeing access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It is the first treaty in the world to protect human rights defenders in environmental matters.
The Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean is the main intergovernmental forum on women's rights and gender equality in the region. The conference, which was established in 1977 as a subsidiary body of ECLAC, is convened on a regular basis to identify the situation of women's autonomy and rights at the regional and sub-regional levels, present public policy recommendations for gender equality, and undertake periodic assessments of the activities carried out in fulfillment of regional and international plans and agreements on the subject.
The Observatory of Social Development in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of ECLAC's regional knowledge tools. Its creation responds to a mandate of the second meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development of Latin America and the Caribbean, when the member states requested that ECLAC establish an Observatory of Social Development to support the design and implementation of public policies and allow the monitoring of the trends. This way, the Observatory promotes the integral development of Latin America and the Caribbean with a focus on rights and equality through the analysis of the social situation of the region, public policies and technical assistance to the countries that request it. The Observatory also integrates a set of digital platforms. The databases are social investment, non-contributory social protection programs, institutional frameworks for social policy, youth and social inclusion, and regional and sub-regional commitments in social development. Through its Social Development Division, ECLAC publishes, updates, and expands these bases, which are available to governments and the general public.
The Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC is a subsidiary body of the Commission, whose mandates include promoting the development and improvement of national statistics and their international comparability. Bearing in mind the recommendations of the United Nations Statistical Commission, the specialized agencies, and other organizations. The mandates of the conference also include the promotion of international, regional, and bilateral cooperation between national offices and international and regional organizations, as well as the preparation of a biannual program of regional and international cooperation activities that, subject to the availability of resources, responds to the demands of the countries of the region. The Strategic Plan 2015-2025 of the conference establishes as main lines of action the institutional strengthening and leadership role of national statistical offices, the development of human resources and statistical production to ensure their quality, and regional and international coordination and cooperation for the development of official statistics in the region. The 10th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, to be held from the 19th to the 21st November 2019, will bring together authorities and representatives of the national statistical offices and national statistical systems of ECLAC member countries to discuss the future of economic statistics in Latin America and the Caribbean, among other topics.
At present, Latin America is home to 826 indigenous peoples, which, by the year 2010, included nearly 45 million people, accounting for 8% of the region's population. The countries with the greatest proportion of indigenous peoples are Bolivia, Guatemala, Peru, and Mexico. There is huge diversity among indigenous peoples, with some remaining in voluntary isolation and others coexisting in big cities. Brazil has the greatest amount of indigenous peoples, followed by Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. Indigenous peoples represent one of the most disadvantaged groups in the region and have suffered the systematic loss of their lands, with severe consequences to their well-being. Nevertheless, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, has found some progress in recent years related to the recognition of their territorial rights and political participation. There have also been improvements in their living conditions, with greater access to healthcare and education. The United Nations has championed the promotion of indigenous peoples' rights and relies on 3 special resources for this purpose: a permanent forum, experts, a special rapporteur. At a regulatory level, indigenous peoples are protected by Convention number 169 of the International Labor Organization of 1989, which recognized their rights as peoples for the first time, and the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples of 2007, which considers these peoples' rights to self-determination. In the context of these efforts, ECLAC calls for the region's countries to put policies in practice to end inequality suffered by indigenous peoples. Policies based on human rights standards and the perspectives and contributions of these peoples. This is crucial for the construction of a new development agenda beyond 2015, with equality at its heart.
The SDG Gateway is a web platform aiming to become a key factor for coordination and availability of the regional assets of the United Nations system in Latin America and the Caribbean. The main goal of this online knowledge management center is to serve as a meeting point and reference to all the information related to the Sustainable Development Goals, including activities, informational resources, statistics, regional data, specific analytic tools, and knowledge products developed and provided by the United Nations Development System in the region in response to its member countries. Visit this important multi-stakeholder platform and get to know more about this online regional knowledge management center. The COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean is a platform promoted by ECLAC at the request of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States, CELAC. The observatory tracks the public policies that Latin American and Caribbean countries are implementing to limit the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in the region. Through reports and documents, it offers analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels, in addition to supporting the review and monitoring in the medium and long term. In an interactive map, those interested can clearly visualize the actions taken by each country in the areas of movements, health, economy, labor, social protection, education, and gender. Visit ECLAC's COVID-19 Observatory and access updated information on policy measures to address the crisis in the region.
In the very year that the United Nations launched the Decade for Action to ignite a more purposeful understanding of the part of the international community towards advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the world has confronted unprecedented change in the specter of COVID-19. The multi-dimensioned impact of this pandemic has served to dramatize the true scale of the vulnerability of the small, heavily indebted, undiversified economies of the Caribbean, and has forced creative exploration of every opportunity within the reach of our member states to secure urgent relief. The 2020 meetings of the Caribbean Development Roundtable and the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee will offer space for taking stock of the progress so far made in persuading the international community to extend this financial support needed, middle income status notwithstanding, and to dialogue on those strategies that will take you from vulnerability to resilient development, from economic peril to recovery and dynamic growth. It is an opportunity to consider how together we strengthen partnerships for action that is responsive to the unique vulnerabilities of the Caribbean, and that assures tangible progress through the application of innovative problem solving in these precarious times.
To support countries in the follow-up and monitoring of the medium and long-term progress of the crisis caused by COVID-19, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean has produced a series of documents on the evolution and the effects of the pandemic in the region. These publications have been included in the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean, which compiles and makes available public policies that the 33 countries of Latin America and Caribbean region are taking to limit the impact of the pandemic, as well as the analysis of the economic and social impacts that these policies will have at the national and sectorial levels. ECLAC studies include a collection of special reports COVID-19 that deal with the economic and social effects of
Muy buenas tardes, vamos a estar iniciando en breve este primer panel de la tarde.
Good afternoon. We will begin very briefly, allow us for 2 more minutes so as to have the panel members. We have the chairperson with us, but let us wait for 2 more minutes. Thank you for your patience.
Diego ya está también. Hola, Diego.
Hola, Lidia, ¿cómo estás? Qué gusto.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Muchas gracias, señoras delegadas.
Thank you, delegates. We will now begin the panel Institutions, Policies and Instruments for Science, Technology and Innovation that will be chaired by Lidia Brito, Director of the Regional Office on Science for Latin America and the Caribbean of UNESCO. Lidia, please go ahead. You have the floor. Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you and have the honor to chair this very important panel session where at a time when the role of science, technology, and innovation have impacted not only our everyday lives with all the very significant progress of science, technology, and all the innovation that took place during pandemic of COVID-19, but also a relevant key role in public policies of each one of our countries, and how it is very important to think in science, technology, and innovation within a transformative perspective, within an approach of inclusion, of doing it in a participatory, open, and collaborative manner. So truly, it is a great honor, and thank you, CEPAL, for trusting me to chair this very important panel. We have authorities from different countries, and we will be reflecting about all these ideas. And depending on the time, in some way, we can have a Q&A or debate for all participants. We do have some simultaneous interpretation for English and Spanish. You can
English, and so feel free to choose the best language that you have. Welcome to this panel. Me voy a cambiar ahora para mi portuñol.
Now I will go back to Portuñol, Portuguese and Spanish. This is the language that sounds closer to me. And our true objective is to review some of the main strengths and weaknesses that innovation systems have introduced in Latin America and the Caribbean. We want to have a dialogue and see how can we act together in order to guarantee that our national systems of science, technology, and innovation to work together in order to build those knowledge societies to which we aspire, and we can then guarantee our citizens the human right of access to science and benefits of science technology in a region that we know inequalities are an enormous challenge for public policies and for development players in our countries. Our session will be one of 90 minutes. We'll have a very interesting panel meeting, and we will be inspired in best practices, but also at the same time address the major challenges of the region in each one of their countries. In this subject of strengthening national systems of science and innovation, and then maybe have time to open up for other participants. This is a time to share, to create a joint action agenda. And therefore, I ask my panel members, panelists to speak rather in time so that we can have the participation of everyone. So I would my name is Lydia Brito. I have been introduced. I'm regional director for science and technology for Latin America. I'm moving to another regional office to Zimbabwe, Harare. That is why it is a tremendous pleasure to chair this high-level panel with many friends I see here. But still, in the Montevideo office that has worked with the ministers and ministries and teams of science and technology to bring to our region to our peoples, the science that we need. I will rapidly introduce the panel and then I'll give the floor to the different speakers. But just to see this outstanding panel, Diego Hurtado, Secretary for Planning and Policies on Science, Technology and Innovation of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of Argentina. Diego, a pleasure to see you again. Great friend with whom we've worked a lot. The second panel member is Federico Torres. He is Deputy Minister of Science and Technology of Costa Rica. Federico, hopefully, I'm glad you are with us, a great friend, and Costa Rica has played a key role in bringing in a solidarity of all of our scientific knowledge in order to address vaccines and training in health systems at the regional level. Also, I'd like to welcome Delia Aide Orozco Hernandez, Assistant Director of Technological Development, Linkage and Innovation of the National Council for Science and Technology, CONACYT of Mexico. Delia, welcome. Idea, that's how I call you. I know that Mexico is going to be the host for ECLAC 2023, and therefore Mexico is going to play a key role in the organization of ECLAC for 2023. Hopefully everybody will be together again. I'd like to introduce Philip Jackson, Coordinator of Science and Technology of the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Welcome, Philip. It's a pleasure to have you here. And also Claudio Manje, he's the Regional Advisor of ILO. Claudio, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you with us. So we have our panel member. The only person I don't see connected is Federico Torres. Mr. Vice Minister, are you with us? If not, we will begin once again. Your Excellencies, dear delegates and participants, distinguished speakers. And I wanted to begin with you, Diego, so as to begin the discussion. And perhaps I will ask, what has the learning been about the role of science, technology, and innovation, both to respond to the major needs resulting from the major COVID-19 crisis, as well as to face the recovery and economic transformation process? Diego, go ahead. Thank you, Lydia. It's a pleasure to be with the colleagues and see you again. Thank you for this time. Can I take 5 minutes? Would that be too much? 5 minutes is fine. Great, wonderful. Yes, I have my timer here, so I'm measuring my presentation. Good morning, good afternoon to all the colleagues. And very briefly, I would say that even before the pandemic, you know that we belong to a government that begins in December 1919, only a few months before the pandemic. We had our working agenda linked to a diagnosis that basically considered, one, move forward or progress on territorial imbalances. Argentina and several countries of Latin America are large countries, and therefore focusing local agendas, provincial and regional agendas. Argentina is divided into 24 provinces or jurisdictions. That was one of the goals. Our national plan on science, technology, and innovation, we are in the final steps that have has as a target the 2030. And one of the dimensions is to progress on territorial land imbalances. We have human and material resources in Buenos Aires and provinces around the capital city. And the 70 remaining percent lacks, and there is a shortage of human resources, infrastructure. It's not only that, it's also to reach out with targeted policies and therefore be able to respond to the demand for knowledge of each one of our regional economies. In Argentina, we have 4 or 5 Argentinas in the same country. I mean, we can't divide the territory in 4 or 5 regional economies. And therefore, the demand for science, technological knowledge needs to be focused in each one of these regions. So when the pandemic arrives, we need to re-estimate, recalculate, refocus. We created a unit that's called coronavirus in order to concentrate all the national capacities. But one of the obstacles was, and this is a previous diagnosis, the pandemic sort of catalyzes all this. We were able to have this link public-private to have the necessary knowledge for diagnosis kits, for equipment. We are developing at this point 2 vaccines. We had 2 treatments, one of equine hyperimmune equine serum that really resulted in at least attenuating the infection. Statistically, it did or does have an important impact. But then we faced the challenge of scaling up, of putting in the hands of a private company for this to reach out to the different distribution channels. We know this is a weakness of science and technology in the region. I could say that in Argentina, we have important lessons. The response of science and technology sector, the juncture of having to coordinate among the ministries, Ministry of Science, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Productive Development, that was key. And then finally, we were able to increase production of respirators, of ICU equipment, and we assigned that to 2 private companies. We didn't have a shortage of that because there were 2 national companies able to develop these respirators, and with groups of spatial engineers, we were able to double the production in only 2 months. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I close in my last second saying the pandemic provided us with important, valuable lessons. We were able to create coordination spaces between ministries, between sectors, between regions. We know that the pandemic obliged us, forced us to move on in those processes in an accelerated manner. So today, we can think of energy transition, health industry, sustainable production, digital technology, and see how we transfer this to the recovery of the economy in these 4 strategic axes.
Thank you, Diego. The truth of the matter is that we were very aware of the work done by Argentina and of the whole region and how our science was able to respond to that. We even developed a campaign in this sense so that national systems could respond to the major challenges that they were facing. I would like to welcome Mrs. Paula Vega, Minister of Science and Technology of Costa Rica. Costa Rica also undertook very interesting actions, and therefore I would now like to offer her the floor by asking her what successful initiatives can Costa Rica highlight, both from a perspective of the institutional framework in terms of strengthening institutionality, the design of policies, funds, programs that were truly effective in strengthening the Costa Rica's national science and technology system, and that could prepare it for the challenges that we faced in the past and that we still face and will face in the next few years. Minister, you have the floor. I don't know if she is listening to us. It seems that she is frozen. No, we can't hear the minister. We can see a photograph of her, but we cannot hear her. Maybe she had a connection problem. So now we would like to offer the floor to Delia Aide. Perhaps it would be interesting to offer her the floor. Minister, now you're connected. Yes, please excuse me because I lost the connection. Thank you very much for the possibility of sharing this with you. In the past, in the recent past, we have undertaken important changes in the support to the national system of science and innovation. And I would like to mention them so that you can have an idea. First of all, we updated the legislation that hadn't been updated for the past 30 years, and that it generated a conflict of competencies between the Ministry of Science, Technology, and ITCs. Well, it's a way of saying this. It's not that there was a conflict, but there were certain moments when issues had to be dealt with, and this sometimes led to confusions. Who was going to do what, especially when it came to the provision of benefits and incentives for science and innovation? Well, that led to problems because we hadn't reviewed that legislation, and that led to delay in the provision of benefits because it involved very complex processes of both institutions, science and technology, and ICTs on the other hand. Our CONICIT had been created 50 years ago, 20 years after the ministry was created, but we never adjusted the legislation, and that adjustment was fundamental because it enabled CONICIT to conduct this work, and with the same resources. It was very important because with the same resources, without involving additional expenses to the state, we were able to much more efficiently deal and manage the processes related to the provision of benefits, and also enabling other institutions, public, private entities, international cooperation, and so on, could also provide funds in order to benefit small and medium-sized enterprises and also juridical and legal entities. And this was fundamental. In addition, the legislation also explicitly established the concept of innovation in a very modern fashion, which had not been described adequately and explicitly in the previous legislation. The name of the ministry was changed to Ministry of Science, Innovation, Technology, and Innovation. And this law also provides our ministry with all the public policy functions. It focuses the functions of the execution of public policies in the old CONICIT that the old CONICIT had, and it basically makes the execution of all this a lot easier. We have also renegotiated a loan in order to promote science, technology, and innovation in the private sector. This is very important because it also enabled us to support aspects such as initiatives aimed at companies so that they could provide support with the production of inputs, for example, or products in general terms that could contribute to public health in the midst of the pandemic. It also enabled us to improve the accelerated training of people so that they could help the industry of science and technology. This was very important because we had people that were not highly qualified, and we had a goal of 300 people, but with these changes, we were able to train 2,500 people and also generate a whole series of entrepreneurial capabilities that were immediately required as a result of the pandemic. For example, in terms of e-commerce, also diversifying products based on knowledge and the circular economy, among other measures. Now, this training, as I said, was very important because it was also the basis in order to update our policies, and the new science and technology and innovation plan that emphasizes the economic recovery and multi-sectorial work. We are not only talking here of the work of academia or entrepreneurs and local stakeholders, but also clusters in different regions of our country in order to achieve a decentralization of that development, and so that certain regions that have a great potential in terms of the circular economy can adequately use knowledge in order to improve the opportunities for people and economic development throughout our country. And in summary, we could say that this has been the most important work that we have done. Thank you, Minister, for this presentation and for showing how important changes have been made in the law and how that has been able to expand the impact of the policies that the country has in terms of science and technology and innovation. Often we don't have those laws in place that enable decentralization and enable us to open up to other fields. Aide, how from CONACYT and maintaining this discussion alive, how in CONACYT in Mexico is promoting innovation, entrepreneurial innovation, technological ventures? How do you seek to reduce expenditure in R&D? The World UNESCO report on science showed that our region was one of the few regions that reduced its investment in R&D. And that is a great concern. And I think, Aide, that you have also made several changes in order to promote innovation. So you have the floor, Delia. Aide. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to deliver a very, very quick presentation. I also have my watch here so that I don't overstep the time that has been allocated to me. Please let me know if you can see my presentation on the screen. Yes, we can see it perfectly well. Okay, in a very speedy manner, I would like to answer the question that you ask, Lydia, within the context of public policies in terms of humanities, sciences, technologies, and innovation. And in view of time, I would simply like to highlight that CONACYT for the government of Mexico is the head of the sector, and we establish the public policies that in this case seek to articulate national capabilities and to thus ensure that our scientific knowledge, which is of very high quality, can be translated into sustainable solutions, and that increasingly our government no longer relies on foreign technology, and that we achieve this this goal for the benefit of our population and in terms of protecting our environment. These are the four guiding axes of our plan, and I would like to highlight number 3 and 4 that I would like to discuss in greater depth. We are working hard on strengthening our scientific, technological, and innovation community. The state-of-the-art science, strategic national programs known as PRONASIS, technological development and open innovation, and universal access to knowledge. These are the 10 strategic national plans, all of them aligned with the UN 2030 agenda, but also dealing very specifically with the reality of our country and also associated to the reality of our region. Each one is a big umbrella under which we have enabled national research plans that will take us to find the solutions for the main challenges that we face in each one of these areas. I would also like to share with you the Mexican innovation model, which is a 5-point model. And in view of time, I am not going to analyze each one of the dynamics and its components, but I would simply like to highlight that what we seek for our country is the real creation of real solutions, applicable solutions that can lead to a transformational innovation of reality. For us, a technological innovation or social innovation in itself are concepts that don't encompass everything that we want. We want these elements in order to change the reality of our people and of our country. And we also have we have 3 main priorities for science, technology, and innovations: health, human security, and energy. And I would like to very quickly mention the roadmaps that we're working on. On the bottom part, you can see the different ministries that are involved in achieving these results in each one of these roadmaps. In terms of health, vaccinations and medicines, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and chronic degenerative diseases, alternatives to glyphosate and other agrotoxins, and the others that you could see. In terms of human security, I would like to highlight that we're working strongly on education and structural violences with our armed forces in terms of air and maritime surveillance, and in our digital strategy with telecommunications and satellites. And finally, in terms of energy, we'll continue to work very strongly, as you well know, in terms of fossil fuels, the demands of our companies, state-owned companies, PEMEX, and the National Electricity Commission, CFE, but also in a country where 52% of the population lacks sufficient energy in order to satisfy their own basic needs. We're working on energy equality and technology for marginal areas, clean energies, capture and sequestration of CO2, climate change and quality of air, and also energy efficiency. We have also identified cross-cutting strategies that involve our national strategic plans, state-of-the-art technologies that we are promoting with specific public policies, Industry 4.0, nanotechnology, artificial intelligence, and the network for our aerospace and robotics. And dealing with the question that was asked, I would like to show you or zoom in on the portfolio of state-of-the-art technological innovation. And with a whole series of projects that we have invested in since between 2019 and 2021, 1.48 million pesos, 298 has been via public-private partnerships. The private sector has invested 582 million pesos with a relationship or a ratio of 1:2 in terms of the public-private partnership. And therefore, this has enabled us to promote at least or to double the amount of money that the public sector's investment and co-investment programs with the federal government.
Going to the final part of my presentation, I would like to show you what is it that we did vis-a-vis the pandemic. Because of time, I cannot go into each and every one of them, but just in an overview, and specifically show you this proof of concept of our national innovation system, our Mexican innovation model that allowed us to generate in 5 months what usually takes 3 to 5 years. In 5 months, we were able to design, produce, and scale 2 invasive mechanic ventilators, 100% Mexican, 4T, and we were able to generate, and these figures are figures of October 31st of 2021. We have manufactured 1,130 units of both models, Ejecatel and Gatsi. We have delivered 812 units, 200 have been donated abroad, 84 in public hospitals, 24 in federation entities. We have cared for 15,510 Mexicans and no incidents so far. And here you have these ventilators in different institutions. These are some pictures of the different hospitals, ICUs. And with that, we have been able to incentivize an ecosystem of innovation around these devices. And in both ventilators, we are working high flow and oxygen concentrators from 5 to 10 mLs in order to improve the quality of life of all patients that have some COVID-19 consequence or sequela. Finally, I'd like to share a bit about our Mexican vaccine against COVID-19. We are virtuously articulating this 5-point helix with other international players. This is a next generation vaccine based on the use of the virus of Newcastle disease, stabilized with 5 prolines. It is a safe platform, and with that we can explore the intranasal route. It is in phase 2 now, the study, and we hope to have our vaccine ready for the first quarter of 2024. And the results so far speak about the potential of being safe, effective, efficient, high quality, and reliable as any one of the other 7 vaccines that we are using in our country. Now, to conclude, we have 3 innovation agendas of the country with their roadmaps, and we are implementing through the national strategic plans, the national innovation plan, which is the pentahelix. Thank you very much. Thank you, Delia Aide, for this undertaking, and congratulations to all the scientific community of Mexico for the effort, and CONACYT and private sector, because we wanted to hear how integrated models can in fact create room for innovation and transformation of how things are done and developed, and technology developed, and how important it is to include. Inclusion is the word. Mexico is the first country of the region with right to science and technology in the Constitution. It is a right enshrined in the Constitution. So once again, it is something we can aspire to as best practice. Now I will give the floor to Philip Jackson, and the question would be how, when we speak of challenges. We have the health industry, the digital revolution, the climate change, to which you are very vulnerable, gender equality. How do you address that? How do you approach that, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, so as to guarantee that public policies of science, technology, and innovation to speak with the other policies at country level, so science of knowledge truly be the evidence for decision-making at the level of politics? Philip, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure being here. First of all, let me just paint the context of the small islands in the Caribbean. We are major consumers of the products of science, technology, and innovation rather than producers, given our relatively small size. And therefore, critical to the integration of science, technology, and innovation is the social innovation aspects that allows for adequate and appropriate technology transfers and adoption. Our own studies reveal that the science and technology innovation components exist in the region as components, but it lacks dynamism. Although the components exist, it doesn't necessarily function in a very systemic way as a system is expected to. But what we realize that one of the major drivers is responding to the needs of entrepreneurship. And that gives dynamism to the system. So there's a two-pronged approach. There's a high-level strategic industrial policies that would signal to the universities and other research institutes that this is the way we want to go. But there's a very, very robust and dynamic bottom-up signal coming from different types of entrepreneurs, especially in ICT space and so on, and agro-processing and so on. And realizing this, we move towards providing on a regional level through the European Development Fund, through the Caribbean Export Development Agency, grant funding to promote entrepreneurship. And what this does is that the demand, the revealed demand of these entrepreneurial activities then signal to the other players in the innovation system what are some of the services that they can provide to assist entrepreneurs and startups and small businesses to realize their potential. Now, in 2013, there was we established a Caribbean Climate Innovation Center sponsored by InfoDev under the World Bank program. And through a grant scheme of $50,000 US, there were a lot of persons and companies producing very interesting approaches to mitigation for climate change and adaptation approaches and so on. And we found out that just this alone signaled to the major universities in the region and research institutes the real needs and pertinent needs that they need to respond to. So that in a sense gives dynamism to the system. Also, recently we established through the Inter-American Development Bank and through the Compete Caribbean program what is called the Technology Extension Services. And what this did is it brought together research institutions, both basic and applied institutions, whether in manufacturing, in ICTs, etc., and to act as extension services providers. And we created a two-sided market. On one side are companies who may have needs, who may have need for specialist intervention in meeting gaps from technology and innovation gaps that they may have. And on the other side, all of these institutions who can provide the services and in an extensionist model, go to these companies and provide hands-on advice, models, systems, and so on to take them to the next level. And we realize that this is really a critical element in dynamizing the innovation system, and the response has been tremendous to date. Now, what needs to happen is that we need to provide a platform where different countries in the region can show what are their needs, what is it they're trying to do, and so that others who think they can supply the needs can see and then respond. The same goes for integration regionally. You know, the Caribbean has, and the Latin American region, different language barriers. There's the Spanish block, there's the English block, and there's a French and Dutch to a lesser extent. And I think that what can happen to drive cooperation and in the region is that we need a common platform where we can share best practices, both from high strategic decisions in industrial policy, but also from the what are companies demanding, what are startups demanding, and this platform needs to be multilingual so that we can at least see what each others are doing, and therefore we can create the basis for communication. I believe that we must dynamize the bottom of the pyramid where these activities are happening, and so persons can see one another, collaborate with each other, communicate with one another, and see the opportunities. Sometimes one of the big problems that the opportunities are hidden because the means of communicating with each other are not necessarily existent, or if they exist, they're not transparent enough, or there may be simple language barriers that we need to overcome. And to touch on the gender side, also we learned that farming and agro-processing is mainly dominated, especially the agro-processing side, mainly by females. But a lot of them are small, home-based operations. Science and technology innovation, what we've moved towards providing like a larger factory setting, which is a platform where these entrepreneurs can use time basis or timeshare basis. They come in, they use the facility for about 8 hours, they do their batch production, and that's cleaned and then made available to another entrepreneur. And for small island developing states, these approaches to finding economies of scale are critical, because doing things on a very small scale on its own drives up costs and reduces your competitiveness. So this is a tremendous opportunity that I think exists, where we can provide a broader platform for economies of scale. But I'm very interested in learning how, as a region, despite the language barriers, we can provide a platform for learning and communicating and to revealing real demand, so that providers as well as businesses can see what each other has to offer, and then dynamize the innovation system.
Thank you very much for these proposals, but also share the specific or specificities of the seeds, and how important it is to take into consideration the small size of the countries, and how regional cooperation is important in order to create the market that you need, both on demand but also on supply, to respond to the needs of small or large entrepreneurs. And I like very much the proposal you did on the regional platform, where we could take virtually these dynamics of what are the needs, what is the knowledge and technology available, and how can these two things get together and start solving the larger and longer term challenges that we have in Latin America and the Caribbean. But before we go to the regional cooperation, because this is something that is coming in all the interventions, antes que hablamos de la cooperación regional, porque es algo que está...
Before speaking about regional cooperation, this is something that is in all conversations. I wanted now to give the floor to Claudio.
And in terms of creating these knowledge-based societies, these societies of digital citizens that we require so that indeed we can conduct the transfer of technology and have a healthy situation with the support of small and medium-sized companies working hand in hand, and so that they can become true agents for transformation. Claudio, how do you view this? Well, a very good question. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a very good question because I believe that is at the very center of our concerns looking at the post-pandemic situation. Already, our economy and our local and national innovation systems were already quite stressed with or as a result of technological change, as a result of all the changes resulting from digitalization and this wave of requirements and basically real highways that this digital economy needs, and plus other challenges such as sustainability, the need to advance towards a circular economy, the need to deal with greater clarity certain niches that make both supply and demand much more dynamic. And in the midst of that, we faced the pandemic with the supply and demand shock and with a very important impact on employment. Indeed, we have been one of the regions that has suffered most in terms of employment at the time of greatest restrictions. We lost practically 26 million employments, and 3 out of those 4 employments were informal employments. In other words, the most precarious sectors. And that again showed the problems that our economies face that are associated to the gaps that we have within our own economies, and often within one same sector associated to size of companies and something that is very relevant and which is at the basis of this question, which is the technological capabilities. A technological change, and history reveals this, opens up many opportunities in terms of making leaps forward. But history also shows that normally this has exacerbated differences. In other words, the winners tend to better benefit from change, and those that lack the capabilities to benefit from that change tend to be left behind. In consequence, the potential acceleration of this technological change that the pandemic has accelerated in many cases with regards to the use and dissemination of digital platforms, of digital solutions and so on, places up us in this crossroads, so that how within this scenario we are able to promote small and medium-sized enterprises and also promote the capacities of human capital, of people, so that they may be able to benefit from this scope for opportunities. Our region has also revealed a drop in productivity, and that reveals that in the recent past we have not been capable in comparative terms that have been very strong in terms of the adoption of technologies and also in terms of productive transformation in order to advance towards those sectors that become much more dynamic as an economy in general terms. Obviously, there are shades between countries and at the level of sub-regions, but in general terms, I believe that this pattern is shared by the region as a whole. And here we find a key element, and here I talk as ILO, which is the development of skills among people. This is a moment when we do have to pay a lot of attention to the possibility of promoting, with tremendous coverage and ambition, skill development capabilities among people. Workers who incorporate skills and the use of digital technologies, but something that is also very important and that tends to be undervalued. And I refer to the adoption of skills that have to do with the adaptation to the digital economy, adaptation to change, adaptation to be able to respond vis-a-vis a new situation of labor organization and the organization of value chains, of suppliers, providers, that change the way in which these stakeholders relate, and therefore I need new skills in order to tackle that. And therefore that at the level of our in-job training has to be, we have to pay a lot of attention to that. If we're thinking of a system of science, technology and innovation, well, this also applies to the educational system at all levels. We have to very strongly promote changes in our curricula so that we can train the future generations with these skills for the future, both soft skills that are tremendously important, critical thinking, creativity, communication, collaboration. In many countries, perhaps we have tended to not to pay too much attention to these soft skills, but obviously we must pay attention to the more hard skills that have to do with science, technology, mathematics, analytical issues. But this has to be done in a very systemic fashion. I would like to round up this point by saying that there is an element that is involved with all the interventions of my predecessors, and that is how important it is to improve our coordination and articulation systems within our science, technology and innovation in our own countries. Our countries have worked over the past decade in terms of strengthening the capacities of our systems, both in within the scientific system and also in the spaces and technological transfer platforms. A few years ago, I worked with a project in Costa Rica, Panama, Guatemala, and Honduras in order to strengthen transfer platforms for technological innovation. And many of our countries are indeed working on improving those capabilities and also on the institutional mechanisms that are required for that purpose. But if we don't supplement that with an adequate articulation between those capabilities and of those efforts, we tend to fail in terms of achieving the objectives and the social profitability that these investments should have. And therefore, these mandates, these missions that the mandate has somehow created, how that means that we can better articulate all this. And therefore, the perspective of science, technology, and innovation, well, is something that we need to incorporate in our own policies. And obviously, this must also go hand in hand with the training of people and with the training of technological adoption capabilities on the part of companies and enterprises in our own countries. And thank you, Claudio. And also thank you for dealing with this issue of the digital citizen, which is something that we have to develop at all levels in terms of formal or informal education, training for work and so on, because the new technologies are spaces for participation and co-construction. If they're simply spaces for consumption, in that case, they will not have that very important transformational potential that these new technologies have, and we will end up, or we will simply have face up to the threats that this means. And likewise, thank you for highlighting at the end this issue of cooperation. And I would like to say that UNESCO held in its general conference, approved the first recommendation on open science, precisely as a fundamental basis to reinforce and develop institutional capacities, the experience of managing big data, sharing research and technological development, infrastructure, opening up the benefits of science and technology to people. All those are very important aspects that emerge from the UNESCO recommendation on open science. And this can, of course, lead to regional cooperation and interregional cooperation so that we may indeed benefit from all the capabilities that exist in the world. The principle is that we have to share. And here I would like to ask a question for all panelists, and I begin with the minister. What is the importance of having a regional cooperation and of having an instrument, an open science instrument that can enhance actions and progress so that Latin America and the Caribbean, they may be able to talk about regional scientific technological cooperation. I begin with the Minister of Costa Rica because I know that they are working on this. Yes, indeed, we have been viewing certain aspects. First of all, in our region, we have important experts in several disciplines, and we all face certain limitations in terms of investments, and therefore, in addition to maintaining the efforts that are being made in terms of investment, so we need science. When it comes to science, technology, and innovation, it's important for us to help our highly trained staff to be linked with each other so that we can reinforce those supplementary capacities. We must begin to act as strategic partners among ourselves, because a country does not necessarily possess all the knowledge in the same way. Some are specialized in one aspect or another, and therefore these are all aspects that can be shared. I believe that we have lost important business opportunities even because we could indeed promote technological companies. I think that the minister doesn't have a very good connection. So hopefully she can come back to the session later on. And Diego, I would like to ask you the same question. I know that Argentina has a chairs the Committee on Open Science. I know that that committee is chaired by an Argentinian scientist. So Diego, the same question for you. Thank you, Lydia. Well, first of all, as far as we were able to hear to what the minister was saying, we fully agree with what she was mentioning. And when one reviews this in historical terms, collaboration, science and technological collaboration over the past 20 years in Latin America, we can say that we face severe problems when it comes to generating capabilities for scientific technological collaboration. I would like to, for example, mention as an example, the Brazilian Center for Biotechnology that was created by two presidents in 1986, José Sarney on the part of Brazil and Raúl Alfonsín on the part of Argentina. And with a lot of effort, we also brought Uruguay on board. Today, two other countries are joining us, and so we've changed the name and we now call it Latin American Biotechnology Center, step by step. But it's an experience that is now 20 years old. I would like to quote another very promising example, and this has to do with what the minister was saying. What are the lessons that our countries are achieving, and that demand that we supplement each other? I believe that everyone's presentations involved this idea that innovation systems become increasingly complex. We need regulatory entities, we need to certify quality, metrology, and not only the creation of scientific and technological knowledge, but also the capabilities to manage all that so that we can establish coordination between companies. Claudio referred to this. Philip also referred to this when he said, well, the components are there, but we still need a greater a systemic capability. And one final example, which is what we call ALCE. This is something that we're promoting with Mexico, the Latin American and Caribbean Space Agency. And we're viewing that the space sector in our country is emerging. Some countries in the region are showing some activity, and given the production that the space sector has, we spoke about nano satellites and so on, many of our countries were able to send our own national satellites into orbit. But I would like to say that there is a sector that summons us to think about seeing how we can supplement each other. The space sector is an interdisciplinary area that involves materials, electronics, semiconductors, everything that is related to the design, avionics, flight computers, everything that is involved in the space sector. And perhaps that is a sector that will have a lot of projections for the future. And in that sense, I believe that these first steps that we're taking in order to advance towards a Latin American and Caribbean space agency could be a very good example of what is actually needed in our region so that we can reproduce it in other sectors. I would like to end up by mentioning the term that the minister mentioned, seeking complementary aspects, what our country can do best, each one of our countries can do best in order to combine that.
Indeed, yes. Thank you very much, Diego. And to remember that in the last meeting of science and technology ministerial level, several examples were given, and one of them was the Biotechnology Center. But something key also was raised insofar as regional cooperation that has to do with regulatory frameworks, scientific machinery, all the medicines. Each country has different regulations, and it is very difficult to, for example, to produce a vaccine in Mexico that can be applied in Argentina, in Chile, or the Caribbean. So there is one part of regional cooperation very much related to scientific diplomacy, to be working with other areas of development at the same time, for that scientific and technological cooperation to be the basis for social, economic, and environmental protection development for the whole region. And so how, Philip, I give you the floor now so that you can, perhaps addressing your experience and your idea of the platform, how could we connect that platform to the development challenges of our region and be able to mobilize the intelligence, scientific, technological intelligence of the region in order to support the development of entrepreneurships and companies that seek responses. Philip, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. As policy advisors and academics, we tend to pay a lot of attention, of course, to the high-level functional cooperation issues. But in the digital age, if you take a look at each of our countries, lots of people are doing lots of things, even across borders, but it's not necessarily easily seen by the policymakers or the institutions, etc. Whether it's gig work on global work platforms, whether it's coding cooperation, or just simply solving local community issues. I want to make a point about, in addition to the high-level technical cooperation that requires science, diplomacy, etc., let's make a concerted effort to look at citizen-to-citizen cooperation that is motivated by solving immediate, real-life issues at the community level. It's possible that at this level, we can learn a lot from various communities spread across the region. And so while the high-level technical cooperation and the modalities for that are pretty well established in the region, but this new bubbling up of activities at the grassroots level of people using the digital technologies and platforms and doing stuff to solve immediate problems and cooperating across borders to get that done, looking for like-minded positive skills. We have to find a way to make that citizen-to-citizen cross-border collaboration, cooperation possible. alongside the high level ones. And many of our citizens are already pretty much au fait with using global platforms. So in a sense, digital literacy is pretty well established. I mean, of course, there may be need to reach certain unserved people like farmers or older persons and so on. But the majority of the younger population are already engaging in very dynamic and creative ways in using global platforms, including social media, and for entrepreneurial purposes, selling stuff, buying stuff, cooperating, and so on. So therefore, this is a massive resource that I think sometimes our high level approaches tend to miss. And what I think that we should focus on, how do we help our citizens in the pursuit of their endeavors within a global economy and digital economy and society? How do we help them to do what to do better? How do we help them to find persons of similar interests? How do we help them to cooperate with other communities that have similar problems and so on? And then again, the language barrier is important. I believe if you can solve that, then we create a large resource of functional cooperation from the citizen level. And that is really what I would like to submit to us today, really.
Thank you. I think it's a great proposal also to really mobilize communities and best practice there. And I go to Claudio, and then I will open up to some of the participants. We still have some time for interventions from the ex-team delegates. But Claudio, on this regional cooperation, you know, and bringing this part of the local community as learning spaces and creativity, how do you see it?
Bueno, eso exactamente.
Yes, exactly what you have said, Lydia. And just to add, because the key central elements have already been mentioned, I'd like to add 2 points. To move towards a society of knowledge is advancing towards a society that is learning intensive, and creating learning communities is a key aspect to reinforce our grassroots, our bases. And I think that many of those learning communities need to be at regional scale. First, because of specific weight or regional weight within the global concert. As Diego was saying, if we are thinking about spatial issues, of course, the scale needs to be regional. You cannot think about it in a fragmented manner. And not only that, but many disciplines that are of very high level, and the room for learning at regional level and collaboration is very, very important. So first and foremost, reinforce that. We need to move forward in a very determined fashion, jointly with the multilateral cooperation agencies, towards one space, and give life from the different countries of the region according to their different capacities. A second space or a second move is the ability to exchange and learn from the policies of science, innovation, and technology, the best practices, in a way that can allow us to improve the way we are doing it. I mean, we have all treaded a road of learning, sometimes trial and error, yes, but there is a lot to learn. And I would say it is at a relatively comparable level. So it is much more substantive, significant, this learning of best practices or policy initiatives when we are at similar levels. And then a space for complementarity. For example, the Pacific Alliance, a couple of years ago, we realized that the support to entrepreneurships of science and technology technology basis had a barrier that when oriented in a very specific niche, the local market is too small right away. I mean, it is too small, and so they need to move to internationalization. And precisely there, to have shared soft landing, that is technological undertakings or entrepreneurships from Argentina can reach out to Panama or Colombia and find a space where they can expand their capacity because of critical mass. And at the same time, that can be reciprocal in the case of Argentina, and they can receive from those countries or other countries. That is what we discussed at the Pacific Alliance, incorporating all the dynamic entrepreneurship systems of those 4 countries with the support of IDB, Inter-American Development Bank. I think those experiences are very much hand in hand with this idea of giving life and moving from discourse to action in collaboration at the regional level. Thank you, Claudio, and thank you for bringing a very concrete experience. We still have 15 minutes before the end of the panel, and I would like to give the opportunity to the delegates if you want to make a short presentation so as to have the maximum participation. And you can use the link that says raise hand, so I can see who is raising hands and who asked for the floor. Perhaps the technical team. I don't know if there is someone that would like to make a brief intervention. We have someone from the Ministry of Science and Technology from Cuba. Calabar Felipe has worked on the subject at community level. If you would like to share. We have now several delegates. I can see that. Would someone like to take the floor? If not, I can continue with our speakers, our panel members, because still we have questions to answer. So while we wait, for delegates, I would go back, Madam Minister, to you, because at the end of your intervention, we lost the connection, but also to speak to us how Costa Rica, at the level of biotechnological development, and speaking about the regional strategy in bioeconomics, how to connect the regional strategy with and with the support of Argentina for that new bioeconomy for the continent. How the work you've done in the area of biotechnology can help, and how does it speak regionally with this bioeconomic strategy? Well, in this national strategy of bioeconomy, it is bioeconomy and circular economy. And we addressed a topic where basically Latin America has an enormous potential there. When we are checking or reviewing the areas where traditionally there is training of human capital. Usually that training is in biological sciences, environment, agriculture. So they link things where we have already a long-standing tradition. There are countries where engineering is more intensive, but in most of them, it is really most of the countries need to mature a bit more. But this strength we have as a region in basic sciences or biological sciences, jointly with the biodiversity and economic opportunities, that provides us with an excellent platform, not only to take development to rural areas that have the least distorted ecological environment, but also to the internal of our countries and externally of our countries, of bringing together effort and know-how with a subject which is of global relevance, and therefore it has a broad market. And that takes us to another added value beyond the traditional one. And so, for example, agricultural production in food, or linked to, or not necessarily linked to other products or other types of plants or microorganisms, fungi, and thinking that we are seeking to use this in a sustainable manner. And for example, the matter of waste, which is a world subject that we know anything that there will have consequences to improve the environment worldwide. And that would give us an advantage, a competitive advantage.
In terms of our knowledge, in terms of our biodiversity, for the sake of the people involved in this. And when we develop this as a region, if we look at this strategically, and we do this as allies, as scientific allies, but also as trading allies, we can have a far greater impact. Yes, no doubt about that. Thank you very much. And I see that there is someone there. Alexandra, you have asked for the floor. Please, I ask you to be very concise in terms of your question. Good afternoon. I'm a doctor from the University Bernardo Higgins of Chile. I work as a researcher here. I am from Russia. In your opinion, what should a work system be like for the next few years, with or without the pandemic, but involving new technologies, especially? We believe that the countries have been very hard hit in economic terms and also in technological terms as a result of the pandemic. Thank you very much. Claudio. Well, indeed, the pandemic has accelerated digital transition processes, and one of its most evident expressions has been the massification of distance working, teleworking. But we believe that this has happened primarily in certain categories of employments, perhaps those linked to greater levels of qualification and to more intellectual type of jobs. In the future, that type of, for the future, I would say that that is here to stay. Not so much so for other types of employment, so that can suffer more important transformations in the post-pandemic period. A fundamental element that we're viewing in all our countries is the massification of work using digital platforms. That tends to be the refuge of, so to speak, of people who seek employment, but which also generates a new class, so to speak, a very special class of people linked to these platforms who normally don't have an employment dependency relationship, and this is a problem because it involves precarious employment. But they don't want to have that link, that relationship, because they want to work with different platforms at the same time, and so that is a challenge. How we can deal with those employments that, as a result of the pandemic, have increased very significantly. And so we are studying that, we're viewing that to determine how we can build regulatory schemes in order to support that, welcoming that flexibility, that way of working which is here to stay, but at the same time providing it with decent employment conditions and with an adequate protection. Now, of course, in the middle, there is a very significant mass of jobs that have suffered relevant changes. And if we expected those changes to take place within the next 5 years, so that cycle has now become much shorter. Many routine activities, for example, will have to be replaced by automation, and yet other activities tend to acquire greater relevance, activities linked to this new area of the economy. We are experiencing major changes, and therefore the emphasis must be both on supporting the development of these skills that are needed in order to join these new economic and employment conditions, and also in terms of being able to face up to the effects of this digital economy with those soft skills that enable us to better respond to a scenario of permanent change, of greater uncertainty, of greater flexibility, of changes in the channels that we use in order to establish communication between economic sectors. It's a major challenge for labor, for employment organizations. We're launching a tripartite experience with governments, workers' organizations, and employers in order to assimilate this scenario of changes. At the same time, establishing that this has to go hand in hand with a recovery in productivity that will enable us to generate greater growth capabilities, and also the generation of new employment. And this also is linked to this perspective of sustainability, because this is not only a challenge, but also a tremendous opportunity. And we are evidencing this in several specific programs that are underway within our region. It's a scenario of change. It's a very challenging scenario, but it also calls upon us to collaborate very, very quickly among ourselves. So thank you, Claudio. And I'm very happy because Aide is again with us. We're very happy to see you once again. We are concluding this panel discussion, but I would like to listen to your reflections, and also based on the work that is conducted by CONACYT at a regional level. How do you view regional cooperation, the importance of having an open, shared science that can be also complementary? I think that was the term that was mentioned by your predecessors. They all mentioned that the importance of developing scientific, technological cooperation to connect connectivity and spaces of community learning. How do you view this as from CONACYT in Mexico? Yes, thank you, Lydia. I apologize, I cannot switch my camera on because I had a problem here with the connection, but I thank you for the possibility of being able to share some thoughts with you. For everyone, it is evident that there is no other way of making speedier headway than if we bring our efforts together. And for that purpose, we need to have this approach both of open science and of open innovation, that type of approach. And I'm not going to dwell at length on the elements of Mexico's public policy that I already shared with you, but I just would like to mention our total willingness to collaborate, to work jointly, both on the elements that are common to us all, or common to all countries, and likewise in exploring how we can resolve and face up to new challenges. The pandemic has placed all of us in a unique situation, but it is also an opportunity to identify dynamics and processes that perhaps in our country, at least in the case of Mexico, were not very clear. And despite the fact that we cannot say this in a perfectly clear fashion, that we have made a very, very significant progress that prepares us for the next pandemic, for the next crisis. And that is the approach that we have in terms of continuing with our international cooperation. I would like to reiterate on behalf of Mexico that we are absolutely willing and completely open to come closer and to work jointly. There are many elements that have to do with that have to do with technological independence that we have worked on during this pandemic, but there are also many others that, because of their own nature, require a short to medium and long-term vision. For us, therefore, one of the fundamental elements is international cooperation. And we want to add, we want to complement, we want to supplement, we want to use all this jointly. And you can certainly count on us for that objective. Okay, we thank you. We thank everyone. This has been a panel that has revealed many good practices, the importance of legal aspects so that the science, technology, and innovation sector may indeed develop the importance of developing production, scientific and technological production models. We heard the case of Mexico with its 5-point plan, and how this also enables us to work with different stakeholders. Argentina also talked to us about how this reduces territorial inequalities and how to mobilize the existing capabilities that existed in different territories, but that as a result of inequalities in their policies, that was not all that easy, and therefore, this situation is shared by many countries in our region. The importance mentioned by Philip in terms of guaranteeing a right mix of science and technology, but to do this within a double entry market, so to speak, in terms of needs and suppliers, and how to bring in that experience that you already have in the Caribbean, so that this can benefit the whole of Latin America and the Caribbean, because on the one hand, the demands will be far greater, but also the potential to respond to that, knowing, of course, that we face problems. And I would also like to highlight the importance of communities of learning within different communities, and how we can bring in that very important space for learning, and how, Claudio, this in labor markets, the importance of retraining the labor force, because the opportunities of these new jobs involve a very important regional component, and therefore countries also have to value this in order to guarantee that those qualifications and that those skills are truly useful for the development of the region. This idea of having a regional platform has emerged on different occasions. I am certain that ECLAC and UNESCO will determine how we can develop some regional platforms where these good practices may be shared, but also which will enable a connection between the scientific community of the Americas with a community of entrepreneurs and small innovators to create market opportunities. So for our colleagues in ECLAC, we are of course, willing to work together with you on this. And we need to, and I finally would like to express my gratitude to all the panelists and delegates who were with us during this 1.5 hours holding this very rich and fruitful discussion. I would like to thank ECLAC for the invitation and the honor of acting as a moderator. And I would like to say goodbye to the Latin American and Caribbean region. I feel that today I am an African with a Latin American and Caribbean soul, and I'm very proud of this moment of learning together with you. And so I thank you for this possibility of sharing experiences, knowledge, cultures, and for anyone that comes here, I believe fully benefits from all that. So I thank you all and all your peoples. Thank you very much, and I'll see you again soon. I would like to thank the interpreters. We have interpreters working English, Spanish interpreters, and also sign language interpreters, and we'd like to thank everyone, and I hope you all have a very good afternoon and also a very fruitful debate in the following panel discussions.
Bye. Okay.
Muchas gracias, Lidia, Brito, de UNESCO y a las y los panelistas que nos
I
acompañaron.
thank all panelists that accompanied us, and now we would like to invite you all to participate in the different panels. And our panel is the diaspora and circulation of talents in Latin America and the Caribbean. And the other one is, panel 2 is development of repositories, genomic repositories in Latin America and the Caribbean. And and I remind you all, you're all invited to participate in these panels. And in the plenary session, we will again meet tomorrow as from 11 a.m. Argentina time. May you all have a very good afternoon and goodbye.
Buenas tardes, señor Sebastián Rovira, ¿cómo está?
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo están?
Para este panel me faltaría solamente Lelio Fellows.
Perfecto. Talía Verónica García está conectada, Indiana Mitocoli
También.
la vi también, Luciano D'Acenzo también lo vi, y a
Me faltaría también Eve Besuri.
yo la vi que estaba conectada.
Pero la voy a pasar al panel.
Sí, claro.
Sí, señora Eve
Besuri.
Besuri. Ahí está, ahí aceptó. Sí, entonces estaríamos listos. Solo faltaría el señor Lelio Fellows Filo.
Ok, perfecto. Esperemos unos minutos y ahí comenzamos.
Excelente. Gracias.
Gracias. Gracias. Bueno, yo creo que estamos, podemos subir a los panelistas, me dice Eve
I
Besuri.
think we are ready. We have the panel members. Yes. We can begin so as not to extend this. We've had a long day. Yes. We've had a long day with several subjects, all of them of great interest and from different parts of the continent. So I was saying that while we are waiting for Lelio, but we are going to begin. The idea of this panel, much has been said at the opening session and in the past panel meeting about policies, instruments in order to strengthen innovation systems. An element that is always on the table is precisely one of the circulation of talents, the brain drain, or and before beginning this panel, Ebe, I'd like to thank Ebe Vesudi for your time and availability, because precisely to be giving us the possibility of having an introduction, addressing the subject, providing some history, because it's important to know the history of different processes of linking of talents or repatriation. One of the good things of the panel is how to leverage a true system of research knowledge of Latin America. That's an element that we won't be able to solve it here, but at least start seeing how, based on learning of experiences of many countries of the region, we'll have the case of Argentina with the program of Roots, CNPG in the case of Brazil. In the case of Mexico, it's good that Talia, you are connected, welcome. The case of CONACYT in Mexico, and how this sort of potential and leveraging opportunities, knowledge, and ideas. And at the same time, we'll have the chance to have Indiana Mitokoi, who is Academic Director of Masters in Research in the University of the West Indies in Jamaica, because they are also, it's very important to understand how other countries, other dimensions are linked, smaller countries with bigger countries. And there is a lot to discuss and have a good interchange. I'm no expert on the subject. I will try to leave all the space and facilitate the conversation. You are the experts, but one of the interesting things of this panel is how do we strengthen, promote the development of skilled labor. It's good at some point of how do we bring back all the talents, but at the same time, how can we place Latin American talents in other countries so as to promote a cooperation and knowledge development that will bring back knowledge to our countries. And very often, or because of the ties or links with the European Union or with the United States, depending on the countries where we are in and who we, but also we need to tackle or explore other options. For example, how can we learn from Asian countries? How do we relate with Asian countries, especially in technology development, dealing with the digital sustainability, science, technology, serving this, and what we can develop with other regions and other countries is very, very important to see, to seek for complementarity between among regions and countries. So Eve, without further ado, I think there's no need of further introduction. You are well known to the region, all the prizes you've received. Please share your presentation. Cordially, we welcome you and thank you. The floor is yours.
Sebastian, colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me to be with you all here this afternoon. I don't know whether you could whether you could share the screen. It would be a lot easier for me. Fantastic, there it is. This is simply an introduction. What I would like to say at the beginning, as Sebastian said, the idea behind this meeting is an invitation, basically, to think how networks of scientists may be conceived and benefited from, because it's an important social capital, and that may provide a dynamic activity to the countries that created those networks. This is a present day problem, but is already has already existed for many years and has become modified over time with changes in political dynamics and economic dynamics in the world, which have an impact on migrations in general. And we must also always take into consideration that the qualified resources, that qualified human capital that we want to speak about today, is just a one part. And this acquired a massive nature after the Second World War as a significant phenomenon. Now, you also mentioned this, Sebastian, and I understood it was mentioned in the previous sessions as well. We could summarize the problem by saying, why don't we achieve results such as Korea or Taiwan or China? Why are we so different when it comes to our own diaspora, to our people that have migrated, and that two-way flow that should exist with our involving our scientists abroad. The case of Taiwan, beyond the example of China, which is the classical examples of the implications of development processes and the role played by the state. And when we have to explain why their policies were successful, we find at least that there is a pre-existence of diasporas, in other words, of communities living in other countries, in the world as a whole, before the important scientific immigration, and before the immigration of students, before that general movement of students. Which now implies millions of students in different parts of the world. And before that, there were already diasporas, Chinese, Korean, and diasporas from Taiwan. In those cases, these articulated scientific communities, following a sense of national identity, remained active in aspects related to the creation of associations and networks that acted as a force that undertook conscious efforts in order to maintain that collective identity. For example, the associations of Korean engineers in Silicon Valley, or the association of graduate scientists in the National University of Korea. There are many examples that show or that evidence how there was a real presence of that national identity in the diasporas of those countries. In Latin America, things are different, however. And why and how? What do we do with that difference? How do we act in order to resolve issues that we face? In Latin America, there was also migration, and there was a migration that took place together with, and in the period immediately following the construction of scientific communities, where there was a significant leap forward, and that had a significant impact on the nature of the process that we're dealing with. Because if you observe the availability of some countries of the periphery of qualified human resources in modern knowledge, so to speak, with stocks that did not exist in Latin America or Africa or Asia since the end of the 19th century. And I remember Enrique Oteiza, who was one of the pioneer Latin American researchers to work with this issue of the migration of Latin American engineers and scientists. And we also see the emergence of new selective immigration policies on the part of industrially and scientifically advanced countries, and forms of accumulation of capabilities in those countries that were that determined the growth of Latin American countries. An example given by Enrique Oteiza in one of his texts about the issue of the migration of Latin American engineers, he observed and he was himself an engineer, a Latin American engineer that had migrated, and he said that simply by during the 50s, the number of engineers employed in the US had increased by 64%, whilst the categories professionals and technicians in general had increased by 47%. In other words, there was a movement which was especially dynamic among engineers. And the number of engineers employed in that country, in the US, in 1960 represented 783,000. And out of that quantity, 83% was already working in the industrial sector. Whilst in Argentina, at that same time, in that same year, there were approximately 20,000 graduated engineers, and they were, and only 35% of them were working in industry. So we see the composition and the dynamic nature of both societies and how different both societies were during that same period. In Argentina, there was full employment for engineers. It's not that they left because of lack of employment, but the level of the average salary or wage was approximately a third of that of the US, and therefore the prospects of work development were much more diversified and wide-ranging in the US, not only in terms of a larger population and the size of its economy, but also in industrial and scientifically much more advanced. And therefore, when we begin to analyze the experience of the networks in Latin America and the Caribbean, it's not that we didn't have that experience. We did have that experience and we continue to have it. That experience is one that is empirically revealed as very rich, both as a result of trial and error, but because of the importance of the appropriate modes of governance. The ad hoc construction of these networks is always exploratory because we are discovering a world, we're discovering what is there, and this involves a different dynamic, but it can also support itself in models that have emerged from social sciences, as mentioned by Jean-Baptiste Meyer in 2007. Argentina, Colombia, and Uruguay were the first to conceive the option of diaspora to recover competencies to benefit their countries of origin in the 90s. And FUDESTA appeared, which was a French-Uruguayan association for the development of science and technology that worked between 85 and 94. The Caldas networks of researchers and Colombian engineers abroad, the Argentinian networks, CREAR, PROCIAR, and CETSIP. But often those networks suffered the experience of pilot projects and were not as successful as their Asian counterparts. However, the dynamics of the processes that led to the emigration of resources or the circulation of talent were renewed, and new countries appeared also in this context: Mexico, Chile, Peru, and there is an increasing interest on the part of Brazil in terms of all these aspects. Now, why did those initiatives fail, or why weren't they as successful as they should have been, the Latin American initiatives? Well, I believe that it is widely acknowledged that on the one hand, there was lack of information. On the other part, there was also a lack of instruments, policies, management, and thirdly, we also lacked organization in order to follow up on this, to manage and to use that mobility, to benefit from that. The association of qualified migrants are only partially known by agents that are susceptible to benefit from that, both in receiving countries and in the countries of origin. They are not catered for by institutional or public policies, and the socialization of floating populations with multiple identities and sometimes with different interests and demands is a complex phenomenon. It's complex to analyze that and work with that, and therefore one understands then the reasons for dissatisfaction with the results. The capture of this human resource and its stabilization are problematic and require adapted socio-technical aspects. And so how can the diaspora share a system of common values with their country of origin? So that we can all point in the same direction, so to speak. How can we go about making those scientists that live abroad to feel members of one same community is sharing a common set of values, at least for some actions? Well, the residence of scientists abroad is not sufficient or a sufficient enough reason to contribute to the development of a country. They leave and that's it. They're lost on many occasions for the country. Countries cannot or should not abandon the objective of technical progress via strategies to train, retain, and repatriate scientists, engineers, and researchers trained for innovation. Governments must also promote exchanges through international networks, but above all, they must enter into the commitment of promoting scientific and technological production, investing a larger part of the budget in education systems, in science, and local innovation systems as well. Lea Velo, who studied the Brazilian case some years ago, around 2011, mentioned, and I quote her because she's a very dear friend as well, in addition to being very knowledgeable of this issue, she herself lived for many years abroad, and she mentioned that as a result of the financial penalties that scholarship holders are have to pay for not complying with the clauses to return to their countries, and some of them have been successful in the market insertion abroad, and this made it difficult to study Brazilian expatriates and reduced their willingness to collaborate with the country. Now, this is also a problem, an employment problem, the compilation of data, and therefore she mentioned that as from the 70s and until she wrote this in 2010, the Brazilian policy of training PhDs had adopted a traditional vision of the brain drain, according to which the flight of Brazilian researchers had always been thought of as a career.
Now, if we are in this option, the option diaspora option, we can say that at the beginning of the 90s, this diaspora option was discussed as an alternative to the brain drain. This made knowledge diasporas to stop being considered as a waste, but rather as a set of new opportunities. The change or the paradigm shift highlights the possibility of raising interest of highly skilled expatriates, enroll them and mobilize them in favor of the development of their place of origin without really seeking the physical return, because sometimes it's very difficult, either because of family, personal reasons, or because national states or governments are not ready to give them an easy insertion or rehiring in universities, or the insertion they deserve because of the levels they've reached internationally. So it is crucial to understand capacity building and the existing of that social capital and how to really leverage it. And this pattern, distance or remote contribution forms can be ranked into two groups: indirect, intermediation, leadership, reputation, and direct ones. For example, investment funds, virtual training, infrastructure, cooperation projects, employment, and knowledge transfer. Well, it's interesting that we have representatives from different Latin American countries that have had great experience in this migration or circulation of talents. It's going to be very interesting to hear initiatives, failed or successful initiatives on this. We have range of situations that it's worth a while to explore and see how Sebastian was saying, to try to move closer to the development of a system of research and circulation of present movements. Thank you. Thank you, Eve. Really, you provided an excellent overview of some of the elements that one finds when trying to understand why many systems have failed and have not had the potential. If Ebe is okay on this, we can share her presentation and provide the link, because there are several aspects to be discussed ahead. Thinking about this interconnected world, I mean, it's so different. Circulation of talents and knowledge, very different from what we had in the 60s, 70s, 90s, the one we have now, and the elements that one can devise in order to potentiate that promotion or use of knowledge by countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. There are questions, but they will be saved for later. Now I'd like to go on to the different presentations. Luciano D'Acenzo, he is the coordinator, networks and technical secretariat coordinator of the advisory committee of the Roots program of the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of Argentina. And what have the success factors of this Roots program? But we need to use these meetings not to say how beautiful or how successful we are, but rather in what we have failed at, or how can we improve, and not be afraid to say, well, in this it didn't meet the objectives, or it wasn't that successful, or did not work. So for Luciano and for all speakers, please let us take that approach, that view, say, yes, some things worked, but others not so much. And thinking precisely on how to generate a regional identity around knowledge in this space, because this morning I heard about the major potential of these countries, but yes, of course there are, but how can they be translated into value in generating the things he said? There was full employment in Argentina, but the salaries were very different from others. I couldn't demand or ask a researcher to live on that salary, because sometimes the targets or objectives of a company are different from the researcher, but that doesn't mean that the researcher is going to move towards a life of sacrifice. Precisely not, because the idea is to transform that knowledge and generate value in the country. So Luciano, you will tell us about the Roots program and the experience you've had there. Thank you, Sebastian. Hi, everyone. Yes, I will tell you about our experience in the Roots program, networks of scientific researchers. I will share with you a PPT, a PowerPoint presentation, just as a guide. 1 second. If you allow me. There. Yeah. Oh. Not anymore. Yes, there.
Pero no te escuchamos, Luciano.
It's muted. So unmute your microphone, Luciano. There. Now, can you hear me? Yes. Yes. Now it's okay. Yes, we can hear and see. 5 minutes only. I'll be very brief. I can tell you that the Roots program starts in 2000, in the year 2000, the idea of scientists living abroad to have a database. After the crisis of 2001, so beginning in 2002, you can see returning or coming back Argentinians given different subsidies. In 2003, a greater trust is given with initiatives, and in 2005, a critical tool where a mechanism already was developed for a subsidy to cover the expenses of returning to the country. As a fundamental landmark and in view of what Ebe had said in 2008, through a law that was enacted in Congress, it is recognized as a program or state policy. Regardless of the government, it is a state policy, not only to repatriate outstanding scientists, but also the link, this link or constant interaction with our scientists who are abroad that for different reasons have no intent of coming back, either because of family, personal reasons, and so forth. So beginning on this year or this law, what we were able to do is provide continuity to the process. In 2020 is the relaunch of the Roots program. There were some years of lack of financing in Argentinian politics, but in the specific case of Raíces or Roots, given the drop of resources in science and technology, the fact that it was a state policy and a law enabled the program to resume and be alive. What are the main objectives? Not only what we said about the return of scientific researchers and scientists coming back to Argentina, but having this continuous link with those living abroad, generating contacts with the national system of science for those living abroad and want to come back, and also disseminating opportunities for those who are in Argentina who would like to study abroad. Now, I will tell you how these items were achieved, and here on this map that we should update it. Well, this shows the networks of Argentinian scientists abroad, technologists, researchers. There are 17. We also have, there's going to be an 18 we have on the east side of the United States, and there's another one on the west side. Given the many scientists living there, there will be 2 networks in the States. Some time ago, there was a Chicago network, but it was sort of merged with that. And we have networks in China and Mexico, in Denmark. So in 2022, we will have 21 networks that are in contact among themselves. These networks historically are a space for linking, for interrelationships, dissemination of opportunities, publicizing them. So the balance, we can say, because networks began to set up in 2008, 2009 with Germany, although there was a link, but there was always the difficulty into turning into something concrete, tangible, this link, not only to be of advisory services or holding a workshop, but rather to have something continuous, constant. So when the Roots program was relaunched in 2020, what we did was that our scientists abroad to have them actively participating in the preparation of the new national plan of innovation and each network, sometimes in a separate or joint manner, they started providing their contributions and set up this national plan. And thus, networks collaborate in bilateral. They cooperate with the ministry, have an active role in bilateral cooperation plans we have with several countries. Also, they participate in the inter-network encounters cycle where you have presentations, lectures with experts in different subjects. There are presentations and then debate. We will continue with these workshops next year and in a more horizontal manner. For example, we had, or sometimes there are many officials in the inter-network talks. But now the idea is that these encounters be led or headed by the members of the network and for them to refer to the many subjects to touch on, either exact sciences, natural sciences, human sciences, or human resources. And likewise, we have a working table with the coordinators of each network. These are specific meetings to deal with specific subjects or problems they may find in their links with Argentina and development of concrete actions, of which they've had already a concrete result.
The traditional tools of the program are what I already mentioned, and we also have a short stay abroad. This involves Argentinian institutions and hopefully and despite the fact that we're a big country, there is a high concentration in Argentina of these institutions in the center of our country. And so therefore, the idea is for this to become increasingly, for knowledge and growth to be increasingly federal. And these short stays are ideal. They are 1 or 2 month stays for workshops, talks, development of theses, and so on. This is a very brief graph how over the past 2 years, including the pandemic, in other words, between 2020 and 2021, we haven't got the final figures yet, because this will increase, but 79 Argentinian scientists returned to our country. You can see on the left-hand side the age ranges, and on the right-hand side the distribution of those scientists per area of knowledge. And as I said, this will probably be greater because we haven't closed the statistics for this year. Most of them will be finished by the first quarter of next year. These short-term stays were 359. You'll see on the bottom it says visits 531, because each visit has more than one destination, trying that this subsidy encompasses the largest number of provinces as possible so that they may develop. Other tools that we have are the Raíces and Leluar awards. Raíces is the award for Argentinian scientists who live abroad and who have collaborated with our system, and Leluar is an award for scientists and researchers that are foreign and that worked for the strengthening of our own network. A new tool as a result of the fact that we have this table of coordinators is the link with universities, between the Raíces program, universities, and also the network of Argentinian scientists living abroad. Now, why did we create this group of universities? Well, most of the scientists that return join CONICET. And often what we needed was for more entry into universities, a federal entry into universities, and not only distributed throughout our country, and also to the private sector, with whom we are working very strongly in order to promote the entry of these scientists into the private sector. We know that the driving force, this happens in Argentina and probably in many other countries, the driving force is always the state, the one that takes the first step. But what we want to do is to promote the entry of researchers into the private sector so that they can contribute to ITC development. I'm not going to bore you with the various initiatives that we have with this group of universities, but I would also like to add, as an additional result of this work, is that we have a program of academics and professionals who are the members of the different networks of Argentinians living abroad, offer specific places in research centers in various universities for Argentinians, normally PhD holders, complete their education there, and the collaboration or the economic sustenance of that be collaborative. From our country, we will pay for their airfare to these researchers, so that obviously are reviewed exhaustively, and they also have to have received the okay from our scientists living abroad, who are normally the directors of departments or heads of laboratories or of universities, and they will also receive some economic support, but they also receive the economic support of the institution that receives them. And this is as a result of the intermediation of our own scientists living abroad. So in this relaunching of the Raíces program, we have established new tools trying to overcome what we often needed and trying to find subsidiary financing that may enable these initiatives. As Sebastian said, and I don't know whether to say this, that this is a pending issue, because we're working on that and we have already generated a couple of changes, and we have a new program which is called Exporting Knowledge, and among its objectives, the idea is to involve the private sector much more in the link with our scientists living abroad and the reincorporation of scientists living abroad into the private sector, and not only to CONICET or to universities. So our experience is very positive. Over the years, we have many things to show. We have more than 1,300 Argentinian scientists that have returned to our countries. We also have several subsidies, not only provided by the Ministry of Science, but every entry into CONICET from abroad is also regarded as a return, because it is the state that provides this employment. We provide these reinstallation subsidies as well, not only the place of work, but the salary. And we also have a subsidy which is very similar to the one provided by the Ministry of Science. The I+D, the R&D agency, also has a program to attract scientists with different characteristics, and all that universe together involves more than 1,300 scientists that have returned to our country with results that are very concrete. And with these new initiatives, especially so that the support is not only received by the state, but it opens up to the private sector and also to universities, because that is what we were lacking, and we're working hard on that, and we hope to be successful with that. I insist with concrete results. And I believe that we will be successful in this because the willingness of all sectors involved has been very good. The commitment that we have on the part of Argentinians living abroad, the amount of time that they devote to this. And I'm sure that I'm forgetting about certain actions and concrete results, but the truth of the matter is that the time that they devote to this, the effort that they make in this sense, makes us be very optimistic looking ahead. And as I said, and also to link this with what I mentioned in terms of the failure of some programs as a result of lack of knowledge, dissemination, sometimes as a result of the tools. It's very difficult to reach the whole diaspora, the whole universe of scientists for a program to be upheld by a national program, and that this becomes a state policy means that the different visions that we may have about the policy towards scientists is supported very strongly by a law by a law, and therefore we're not subject to the ups and downs of this. That's all I wanted to say, and obviously I would like to share whatever you want I would like to answer whatever you want to ask. Thank you, Luciano. I believe that you mentioned some very relevant issues, and often this has to do with trying to demonstrate or answer, and this undoubtedly has to involve a state policy. I believe that what you mentioned is very interesting, very relevant, especially in terms of the link with major countries and how this knowledge can be distributed throughout the territory. There are some issues that we haven't yet resolved. The link, for example, with the private sector, with the productive sector. Let's not talk about the private sector. Let's talk about the productive sector. And the first reflection that comes to mind is the relationship with the productive chambers in each sector, because obviously knowledge is often local and is very applicable to a specific sector. There is knowledge that is much more cross-cutting, but there is knowledge that is very local and that belongs to a specific sector, to something very specific. And therefore, what is very relevant is to generate at the same time this demand for knowledge so that this does not because the costs associated to repatriation, reinstallation are very high, and so that this does not become something that after 2 or 3 years, the researcher does not stay there because the opportunities that appeared to be present did not become a reality. But there are very important elements here in terms of how we must be permanently rethinking the way of being able to attract more knowledge without this becoming an exaggeration of instruments, because at the end of the day, because if that happens, the transactional cost of many instruments becomes enormous, and therefore we have to start thinking about how to reassign, reallocate. We have to have specialized institutions in different areas. For example, if what is really important is a strategic area for the state, for example, everything that has to do with energy efficiency, circular economy, and so on, well, the ministries or institutions related to that issue must also have within their own spheres of action everything that has to do with the knowledge of our researchers living abroad and the link that they have had with our country and how we can bring that home. And that is one of the experiences that emerges from this very quick recount of experiences from Korea and Taiwan, and how that is brought down to earth in our own territory, and how that generates greater knowledge. Now I'd like to offer the floor. Well, I think they haven't found Delia yet. I'd like to offer the floor to Talia Garcia from CONACYT of Mexico, so that you can tell us a little bit the vision that you have for scholarship holders and researchers, as from the moment when this link is established between scholarship holders and researchers, so that you can follow them and not lose them in this process of generation of new knowledge.
I thank everyone for the invitation to take part, especially this panel in the diaspora and talents circulation in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is of great relevance to me, given the dimension of the position that we represent migrants. And so this is a very important task. Since 2015 through 2019, more than 866,000 people with a high degree of training reside abroad, contributing to the scientific and technological potential of most developed countries. And the updated figures estimate that today this could rise to 1.2 million people on account of the unemployment enhanced by the pandemic, although historically migration of highly skilled people has represented a concern on account of the perceived loss of workers from their places of origin. Recently, there are proposals sustaining that aspirations of education could evolve as a result of this migration experience and will have an impact not only in the individuals, but also the benefit could be passed on intergenerationally within the homes of the migrants. So therefore, the humanist diaspora in the long term could increase average level of education of the people. And so in this sense and in line with this forum, it is important to rescue this viewpoint in order to consider the skilled diaspora. Consolidation policies promoted by the National Science and Technology Institute, on the one hand, it furthers and promotes the, and on the other hand, have strategies for the people as a mechanism for them to return. And this could represent an opportunity and not necessarily a problem. And that is why the National Council of Science and Technology, as responsible, furthers the scientific development and in Mexico. And part of these strategic policies in recent years has strengthened mechanisms to attract and retain people with a high degree of training. And this based on the grants, supporting projects to affect areas and issues. One case is the national system of researchers that recognizes the contribution to scientific and technological research in Mexico. Another would be the instances in Mexico for employment and repatriation, the lecture program called Researchers for Mexico. And it's all of these are the different programs for the people with a PhD. And these are given for projects, either academic or research, and directed to resolve issues in the country. Likewise, given investment in science and technology and innovation is key to socioeconomic development, it's also relevant to highlight certain elements of the Mexican context. Budgetary practices did not conceive investment in science, technology, and innovation as a need, but rather a luxury. As a result of this, resources were reduced according to the situation in the country. Now, of course, this does have an impact on the decisions made by people with a high degree of training on account of the lack of working opportunities, projects, and so one of the most common assumptions is to look for options abroad. In the case of Mexico, particularly, this is US. Now, the current administration, as part of recognizing investment in science and technology, or STI, as a determinant aspect of public policy, and now has increased the budget. And now this strategy strengthens the situation, creating a proper environment so that various people choose our country to invest also in R&D, and so activate the driver to attract and retain people with a high degree of training. And so we should point out that Mexico supports the arrival of Mexicans returning to Mexico with grants and in the area of STI innovation. And during 2021, close to 4,000 foreigners were benefited with grants and support, and close to 2,500 researchers are foreigners as well. In addition to this, the government of Mexico recognizes it is necessary to have an integral STI policy that includes education, work, and migration, and so connecting the private sector, the academic sectors, to strengthen mechanisms to retain and repatriate the humanist, scientific, and technological and innovation community. I thank you. Well, thank you, Leah. And also, I would like to tell all others attendants, if you have a question, please write it in the chat. And after hearing the panelists, we will move on to a period of Q&A. And now, yes, I would like to move on to Indiana Mintoko, who is the academic director and senior research fellow at the Mona School of Business and Management of the University of the West Indies in Jamaica, and precisely to tell us a little bit about the experience from the viewpoint of an institution in a country such as Jamaica that has this connection. And I imagine far more relation with other countries' researchers, because one of the things that you see when you analyze the relation between researchers, you see these connections between Caribbean countries with the USA or other countries, and even among these countries where universities do play a very relevant role in this. So, Indiana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to be a part of this very important discussion. And it is important. So we're focusing on science, innovation, and technology. And for the countries of the Caribbean, no discussion about the Caribbean's future development is complete without a focus on this significant transnational population, its diaspora. And the consideration of the diaspora in this debate is important because in some cases, if you look at the relative size of the diaspora, I have a colleague here I see from Dominica, and in cases of Dominica, for instance, it's been estimated that for every Dominican at home, there's another in the diaspora. And so relative to the small size of our Caribbean islands, the diaspora population becomes very significant. There's also an interest and a desire that they have in contributing to the region. And importantly too, we've heard about brain drain. And so a lot of the discussion about migration and diasporas for the Caribbean has been framed in terms of brain drain and loss. So focusing on science, technology, and innovation, and the role of the diaspora in this is an essential part of turning what has sometimes been seen as a vicious cycle into a virtuous cycle. That is turning brain drain into brain gain. And so there have been a number of initiatives that not just Jamaica, but other Caribbean islands have tried to attract, to introduce, to attract their skilled talents. And this is significant. In many of our Caribbean countries, our governments actually subsidize our education up to university level. And so when you think of, in the case of Jamaica, roughly around 80% of those who've been university educated are believed to have migrated, have left the island. Then that becomes a significant part of our discussion when we think of the investment that's been made and the investment that takes leave of our islands. And so for sure, efforts to attract or diaspora to return. A number of countries have tried them. What we find, and Hebe mentioned data, and there's insignificant research that's been done to really understand how these return migration programs work, what is desired, what are the gaps. And so Jamaica, for instance, in the 1990s had a return of talent program, and quite a few of our skilled nationals returned, some in fact in significant leadership position in the country now. Others such as Guyana have introduced policies to, for instance, ease the reintegration of diasporans who choose to return. And this, whether it be through relaxation of customs and duties, assistance through diaspora affairs units within ministries and governments to actually help in the resettlement process. I want to highlight two initiatives that have seen the involvement of the diaspora at a national level and beyond. So one in Jamaica, I mentioned the Return of Talent program. In Jamaica, there's currently a private sector-led initiative. And the role of the private sector is not to be underscored in this discussion. It's not to be, it's not to be ignored in this discussion, because the private sector, many a times they offer the means of reaching out to the diaspora that goes beyond politics. And that's important. And so there's a private sector-led initiative, which is now ongoing. It's multi-stakeholder in Jamaica, and it's called STEM for Growth. And so that's an important group in this current discussion. And that STEM for Growth group actually has some of the key players at the height of the private sector, the public sector, education, for instance, in Jamaica, as well as involvement from the diaspora. Through that network, they've been able to initiate projects and receive funding that's led to, for instance, a Boost initiative, which is going to see about 90 science teachers being educated in the next 6 years. And that's something that we need if we talk about the diaspora's role in fostering science and technology. They're also moving towards the creation of a national STEM park, which is going to have satellite units throughout Jamaica. And that's significant. A second initiative I want to highlight is and this is a global, this is diaspora-led. This is the Caribbean Diaspora for Science, Technology, and Innovation. And this is a body that was formed in the 1990s. It has its main office in Barbados. And so my perspective is not just Jamaica, but beyond. And so this body actually has satellite units in some of the major diaspora locations globally, such as the UK and Canada. And the US, of course. And they have as an objective the desire to harness the diverse, dispersed, and largely untapped talent of the Caribbean diaspora to catalyze Caribbean innovation and entrepreneurship through a strategic focus on science, technology, and engineering. And that insertion of entrepreneurship is critical, because any initiative that focuses on science, technology, has to bring in that enterprising element, because many of our diaspora, they want to contribute. You just spoke about the remuneration. They want to contribute. Some contribute out of goodwill, but of course, not everyone will. And so there has to be motivation for engagement and involvement, which goes beyond goodwill. It has to be some entrepreneurial endeavor there, some ways of even recouping some of the investment which diaspora makes. And so there are a few things I think are important when we think about how our skilled diasporans who return. And let me pause here as well. Contributing in post-COVID-19 world is not about return only. It's not a dyadic relationship. So it's either you stay or you return. There's virtual engagement which is involved. I mean, COVID-19 has uncovered all the dynamic ways in which people can work. There's global work. there's virtual return, there's cyclical, there's transnationality, which is involved. And so it doesn't necessarily mean that in order for the diaspora to contribute, they need to return. And this is an important part of the discussion. But in terms of enabling the diaspora to really engage and contribute and facilitate this process of technological development and innovation, it's important to take an ecosystem approach in understanding how the diaspora can be engaged, how they can be facilitated. And so many times, the issues that prevent return, the issues that make return complex, they're not just monetary. They're about my family. If I go back with my family, how will I find a school for my kids? What neighborhood should I live in? And many times we think that as diasporans, return is going to be easy, and it's not. There's a linguistic element. So even if you're returning and you speak English, you're going back to your home country that speaks English, you find that the nature of the dialogue, the discussion, certain cultural ways may have changed since you moved away from the country. And even in visiting over time, you may not be able to get that sense of the nature of the language and the peculiarities. And so those things can make return difficult. And so really the ecosystem approach is what I would suggest in looking at the diaspora's role in innovation and technology. How do we get the diaspora to be involved? How can we facilitate their engagement without necessarily requiring physical return? And of course, I think the gender element in this is not to be ignored as well. So how do we engage the diasporans overseas to really engage and develop our young female scientists or young female entrepreneurs in a positive way that leads to national development? So I'll pause there, and I hope we will get a chance to really delve deeper into this discussion. And of course, the University of the West Indies is here, particularly as a research institute, to really partner in the development and engagement of our diasporas for development. Thank you.
Thanks so much, really. I really appreciate your intervention, and I like it very much. Y voy a sacar algunos de los puntos que
I will touch on some of the points that you mentioned, Indiana, that I thought were so relevant and had not been dealt with so deeply in other presentations. And it deals, how do we think about this involvement, of this role that diaspora may have in relation to strategic projects for the country? That is, some countries have within their policy to attract FDI or the generation of structural projects, they have an element that links the need for investments in R&D. Many don't, but some do. But beyond the need to generate investment in R&D at a country level, at a regional level within the country, I believe it is very important to see how we can generate this link. How can we attract researchers of specific areas for this entrepreneurial project? No doubt, I come from Uruguay and I feel very identified, as probably Luciano and many others feel very identified with what you were saying about the subsidy in education, and how can this, that you can study from the first pre-kinder year up to the last year in university absolutely free of charge. And how do we do this without passing this as a burden to the researcher that feels that the moment comes when the researcher must contribute, must pay back for what they received, but to transform this into something that's attractive for the researcher, that the researcher should feel part of. feeling part, the issue of nationality, of saying, me as an Hawaiian, me as an Argentine, me as a Jamaican want to contribute. I want to pay back, not because they're asking for it, not because the country requires it, not because there is a program or not. I believe it's very important to see how we generate this feeling of belonging. And not because it's you, but I believe that undoubtedly the West Indies University, the fact that it is present in so many nations in the Caribbean, you can help and has helped very much. You find networks of researchers from the West Indies University that have that thing in common, that feeling of belonging. And I believe that we need to work very hard in our countries to that end. Very often we speak about facilitating circulation. Let's not talk about diaspora, but the circulation of talents around our countries. When we do not even provide recognition to the different university programs of the other nations. So what are we talking about? So we reach those projects or programs of attracting into our country without thinking of the value added that would be generated by that circulation amongst the countries. That's why it's so important for me to put a focus on some disciplines. Rather than disciplines, it's very specific areas, because no doubt, both the small countries as well as the large countries lack the capacity to respond or to cover all the different areas of knowledge. So it's very relevant, whatever we do in Latin America and the Caribbean, precisely in that area you mentioned. If COVID came to show us something, it also showed us the need to strengthen and change a pattern or a model of development where the issue of knowledge needs to be an absolutely fundamental element. But at this, there's no doubt that no one in our countries, excepting maybe a couple cases, I believe Mexico has had a very interesting experience in some Mexican states around the creation or development of knowledge. For example, relating to new technologies, or in the case of Brazil, in some areas of knowledge. But then for other countries, it is very difficult. And I believe that we need to try and explore, try to leverage this work that we have amongst the countries. You talked about brain drain. Well, in the middle, we lost Lelio. We don't know where Lelio is. But anyway, we will continue with our discussion and conversation amongst us. Before giving the floor to each one, I have a couple of questions in the chat. One is precisely for Ever, that deals with the point that Indiana was mentioned. But what opinion do you have about this new form of virtual migration as a form of work? And how can we use this, undoubtedly, to transpass that knowledge to our own countries? Please, Ebe. Precisely, the problems continue to be, well, we call it circulation or brain gain or brain drain or whatever. That's what we're all interested in, this broth of people who move about the world. Well, now we are in a situation of tremendous importance, because this is, in historical terms, is new. Well, the pandemic showed it, that liked it or not. We admit that we were not as well prepared for online education. Both the teachers, professors, students, everybody complains because we all suffered very much. And mastering this tool that we had it available for a couple of decades. Now we start appreciating much more the reality that we are in a new world, in a different world, where the center of force, the predominant center are the communication and technologies. I believe that there will be a new form of virtual migration. I have friends in the Argentinian and Chilean Patagonia who live a bit like that. It's a form of virtual migration. They live at night because they communicate with colleagues who are elsewhere in the world with other time schedules, and they live in Patagonia, be it from the Chilean or the Argentinian side. And they are the counterparts because you don't have direct counterparts in your environment where research is very minor. That's one form of virtual migration. You migrate to the world, but based on the connection. And then you get information, you get flows of knowledge, you get contacts, you participate in networks in ways that were unthought of before. The speed is enormous, and we can eventually keep from polluting the planet with by flying an aircraft. I know it's always so nice to travel abroad, and we've all suffered from these months in lockdown, but it would be better to fly less and make better use of these tools. So there's many mechanisms through which the virtual world contributes to us. And we still must learn how to make the best out of it, to exploit them much more. And it's not simply a substitution of something that we did manually, but this allows us at a much faster rate to be in different places of the world and to harness opportunities both for the private, public, and civil sector. So I agree with Alessandra and Diana and everyone who mentioned the virtual topic. Thank you, Eve. There was a question in the chat for Talia dealing with what mechanisms does Mexico have to attract the researchers from other countries, and if there's more development of other experiences. I think you answered in the chat, but for the persons who are connected, it would be better if you would address it through this channel. Yes, the contributions we provide, particularly to attract and to retain this talent that may be found, is through projects which precisely permit having effect in problems and areas of national interest, and programs such as the National Program for Researchers, which acknowledges the role of scientific research in Mexico. Particularly, the invitations for this purpose would be of postdoctoral stays in Mexico. And there's a program called Cátedras, now called Researchers for Mexico. These programs are geared for persons who have a PhD degree to retain their knowledge and to harness their potential. I would also like to highlight what other panelists mentioned about the importance of stimulating policies for the linkage and articulation of knowledge with Latin America and the Caribbean. In Mexico, even though the natural trend is to move north, to look up north, what better way to have a true linkage with those of us who share so much more to have much greater effect upon the region. Thank you, Talia.
Could you explain a bit better how you would transfer this ecosystem approach to practical recommendation for greater involvement of diaspora in the Caribbean?
Thank you for that question. Thank you for that question. And really, when we talk about an entrepreneurial ecosystem, or in this case, what I would term a diaspora entrepreneurial ecosystem, it's really about how do we create that enabling environment for the diaspora to contribute. And this goes beyond science and technology, but in any and every area of development. And so it's about creating a sticky places. So what are the policies? What are the initiatives that you will actually introduce to encourage and entice the diaspora to come, those who choose to come, but also to facilitate engagement by those who wish to do so virtually. And so this is about not just a government initiative or government focus, though the government will have a critical role to play here, particularly in our small states. Government, and in any country, in fact, government makes policies, they create an enabling and a facilitative environment. So the government will have a role to play there in terms of the actual policies that it introduces to ease and smooth the engagement, create the space for the diaspora to be engaged. Beyond that, though, some of the things I mentioned before. So for instance, many of the diasporans who are at a level to contribute, they'll have families, they'll have young families. And so it's not about asking them to uproot their entire families and move to the Caribbean for good, but how do we facilitate even temporary return? How do we allow those who wish to return and work for a couple of months on a specific project? What kind of support do we provide for them? Are they able to get their kids into schools easily? Their families are able to identify a community to live in when they return. And so that's on another level. Beyond that, though, remember that not all the diasporans will be motivated simply, I want to give back. Some want to give back, yes, but they also want a return. So what are the investment measures? For example, we have a Jamaica stock exchange, and this stock exchange is actually designated in Canada as well. And so if you invest in our Jamaica Stock Exchange, you are able to claim tax relief through that in Canada, in the sense that it's not going to be taxed. So what are the kind of supportive measures that are there to facilitate investment, entrepreneurship, which sees a symbiotic relationship being created? When we think now about even the role of the universities here, Hebe was just talking about the virtual. One of the things that we've actually gained and benefited from through COVID is the fact that we've been forced online in university education. So the discussion that we had before about whether it was possible, about the quality, if it was going to be good or not, that's essentially been nullified, because we've been forced to do it, and we've done it very well, which means we're now able to engage our diasporans in our classrooms. We can engage them to teach, to lecture in our classrooms. So it's also about improving technology to facilitate more virtual engagement, smoother virtual engagement. And so when I speak about the ecosystem, it's similar to looking at an ecosystem in any other context. So you have a role for the universities. There's a role for the diasporans themselves. There's a role for the private sector, even for those diasporans who want to be entrepreneurs, who want to invest. Is there a space for them to invest in supporting small, innovative businesses and enterprises to actually get them going? Is there a space for them to mentor other scientists at home, other businesses at home? And so it's a multi-level, a multi-stakeholder perspective, which is involved in creating the sticky place for the diaspora through that notion of an entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Thanks so much, Indiana. Una pregunta que me surge un poco.
Another question that comes to mind as I hear everyone, Luciano, Talia, Indiana, and Eve, regarding these interventions. And this has to do with how we consider this system, this way of attracting knowledge, and that this may be turned into value for these countries among the younger generations, because millennials are not the same as we are, and nor the centennials. So which will be the elements considered in terms of policies and instruments? What should we be thinking of forwards? in order to see how to drive forward this attraction, to attract the talent in generations that are different to ours. So one of the things that Indiana was saying is having this systemic approach, not just bring the person, but think of the entire situation of the person, what it involves, children, their couples, and other things as well. But let's also think whether the generations that we're thinking of here forward are going to be a little bit different to what to the generations that we've attracted in recent years. So what could be the reasoning behind that, or how do you think we could do that? In what direction should we be going? Because undoubtedly it happens to us in the region that we do things, but a bit late. We do things when we need to resolve problems that we haven't thought of up front. So I'm sure that many are being devised, but what changes should we take into account precisely for these new generations that without a doubt are different to the attraction programs or whatever we had before? Well, I don't know if what I am saying or about to say is at this point politically correct or incorrect. It, put an end to the thinking whether it is politically correct or incorrect. Just say it. Yeah, right. Okay. Well, never mind. But after seeing what is happening with the famous Brexit, for example, I think that we should review the experience with the Erasmus program for young people, because this implied opening their minds, kids in different European countries that began to take subjects 1 year or 2 years in other countries. Before that was opened to the subvergers and that spent summers somewhere else to take a few pictures and work in another country, and they went to work as au pairs or whatever. But I think that the Erasmus experience, reconceived, if you like, transformed according to our regional Latin American purposes, but it linked to the ministries of education, to thinking of the future capacity building and strategies to capture knowledge. I think that would also help redefine these structures and the ways of thinking of our nation states, our little badges, our institutions. Maybe we should think about them in a more open way, because the world is more open. Well, our countries, people who are born in a country, they always have a certain affection and love for their country of origin, but at the same time, being able to open up to, among other things, to avoid racism, tremendous discrimination that at this point is absolutely unjustified, but they go against the policy, refugee policies and knowledge sharing and so on. So how could we think of educational and experiential tools for adolescents, going to younger than the university scholars, the pre-liberal arts people, for them to open up their life experiences? Because we need to play around with all the tools available, but it is important to review cases that help transform situations. And in that sense, the Erasmus program made a great contribution. And if not, the poor English students, let them tell you, because they were left out with Brexit. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I think that was a very interesting case. What did you say, Indiana? I couldn't hear you.
I wanted to make a point there as well, because your question is a very interesting one about the second and the third generation. And it's one of the issues that many countries face, which is also why we need to go beyond remittancing, because at some point there's no interest or desire to. So it's a very important question that speaks to motivation and hits back at the point that I made, that not everyone will want to contribute out of goodwill. And so we have to provide more motivation than simply you're from here, so you ought to contribute. And to this end, I think it's important to think about the desires and what motivates the second and third generation, and young people know. So there's a discussion, there's an interest in climate change around the SDGs, and this provides a good way to frame the engagement of our diasporas in our home countries. So for instance, Guyana, who's now oil and gas sector, it's mushrooming and growing. There is a role for the diaspora who has expertise in these niche areas to actually return to contribute. And that is something that sees them contributing in a way that they are ideologically tied to and can relate to. And at the same time, they're getting paid. So it's not just for goodwill. I think too, that moving towards more strategic engagement where let's say we're able to match. So companies at home and universities, organizations as a whole, they can actually have more targeted approach to getting the diaspora in. So it may be a specific talent, specific consultancy, create the space for the diaspora to engage more. And this can be virtual. There are platforms where you can go advertise what jobs you have at home, what specific skills you need within the diaspora. So we can do that. But a final point though, I mean, we focus on the younger generation. And I think because of the nature of the return to the Caribbean, where a lot of the returnees are actually close to retirement or retirees, that's another element to consider. So how do we at a policy level also create the space which makes that returnee, that retiree, a constructive and a contributor to society, because at that stage, the impulse of income may not be as strong because you're retiring, so you've already earned and you're fine. So how do we engage this nice group of returnees into our societies? And they're returning with a wealth of knowledge, experience, networks that they've already gained from outside.
Absolutamente, absolutamente.
Absolutely, absolutely, Indiana. Thank you very much for those comments, because I do believe that this is one of the things, and I think it is very interesting what you've said. When you think of these new generations, where the immediate need is so much greater than in our own generation, and where everything is needed right now. And there are global issues, as you were saying, the issue of climate change, or the issue of cities and mobility, new energy. There are so many different elements. And it's not just one area of science, but many different areas of science that can contribute to the development of all this. And we need to understand how precisely these new generations, how we inform them of the need to work on these things, and the relevance of that, because there are many aspects of these new generations that they're claiming certain things, behaviors, but there is also room for far more involvement, engagement, and we need to see how to attract precisely these generations. And what you were saying, precisely this, the experience gained by those who are retiring, that they have they're more mature, And this could be very, very relevant. And so I would now like to recognize Luciano and Talia for a few additional comments that you may have on this. Yes, sincerely, I fully agree with all of the observations made. And what I could add is that when we talked of what we're expecting of young people, we believe at least that we must be attractive to them, to get them to join in. Technical part, research, and so on. We must make it attractive to them, and we cannot use old patterns and models. I'm not going to say so much old or out of fashion, but yes, we too must innovate and adapt constantly because things are changing fast, and we must be ready to go. And the other thing is financing. It is essential to get government intervention in development and fostering R&D and have the tools, not only for scientific technological development as such, but also to prevent a loss at local level and get the knowledge to circulate, yes. But I think it is essential to have government intervention to drive this forward, together with the productive sector, as it was said here. But I do believe that the initiative or the trigger is there. And Talia, do you have anything to add? And with that, we would be closing. Then I will give half a minute each to close. Well, I thank you. I would merely like to stress the fact that these things will continue to occur, and it's up to us to make the most of these capacities, always within the within the framework of human rights. Knowledge can continue to be enriched, and how can we ensure that that knowledge leads to far greater incidence and a benefit in the scientific, technological, and the liberal arts? Thank you, Dalia. Now, yes, I will 30 seconds for a final message by each speaker. And to close, I would say that one of the interesting things is, well, first of all, thank you, because I think I've learned a lot. I believe that there are so many topics to continue discussing. And without a doubt, we must think of how a network of networks to attract, generate talent with different experience that we have in different countries of Latin America and the Caribbean may contribute to the development of knowledge in the region. Not to do it, I think the example given by Eve could amplify the asymmetries between countries. And not only the generation, but the ownership of knowledge that we are able to generate, because we often generate it, but at the same time, there's a possibility or not of taking ownership of the science and technology and innovation. Now, this must be seen as a tool for development. So I think that we have a lot of space to continue discussing this. And now 1 minute, 30 seconds each speaker. Eve, please. 30 seconds. A hope-building message.
Never planet Earth was as small as it is now, and we're all aware that we own the planet and we're responsible for it. So the old, the youth, the children, we all have a mission of importance. And I believe that that helps us to search for knowledge, to attract knowledge, and to distribute knowledge amongst friends, amongst siblings, amongst members of the same species. I believe that this is a unique opportunity and we should not waste it. And I'm sure we will not, because there is far more responsibility and suffering on our region. So it's about time. to carry on all together. Thank you. This session has been so interesting. Thank you, Eve. Luciano, 30 seconds. Just to thank each one of you for your presence. It was so enriching, and I hope this type of debate will be replicated often. Yeah. Thank you. I'd like to thank for these fora, particularly because it allows us to grow and see new perspectives in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think I just want to close by noting really that COVID-19 has been a challenge, but I think ultimately in every challenge, there is an opportunity. And there's certainly one here to really reconfigure or focus on science and technology and the role that the diaspora can really play in this. And this is important in getting beyond remittancing and really look into how we can educate our people. Our region is about migration. So the idea is to educate our people to the fullest, so those who leave will leave educated and can contribute back home. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Y como decía Indiana, no nos olvidemos que somos una región.
As Indiana said, let's not forget that we are a region of migrants, that we grew up and we came from that, and we can generate and contribute much to this, that Hebe said, to this world, that we see that we're ever more responsible and irresponsible in terms of what we do. So thank you once again, and we'll certainly be seeing each other because we hope to continue to generate this space of debate, dialogue, and exchange, and start to ground them down to better understand what works, what does not work, and how do we need to think ahead precisely in this great space of knowledge, hopefully at the Caribbean and Latin American level. We will see you soon. Thank you very much, everyone. Goodbye. It was a pleasure. Same here.
Recording stopped.